Canada today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. Car t'embrasse porter la paix, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire, les deux épopées des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Saint...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent.
Over 30 years, Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister François-Philippe Champagne paid an official visit to Greece to discuss the conflict in the Eastern Mediterranean with Prime Minister Mitsotakis and his Greek counterpart. And speaking of Greece, today, October 28, Greeks around the world are celebrating HoC Day. Perhaps not altogether like other years, but virtually and in spirit, to commemorate 80 years since Prime Minister Ioannis Metaxas' response to Benito Mussolini's ultimatum to allow the Axis forces to enter Greece or to go to war. Metaxas bravely responded, "Alors c'est la guerre." The Greeks held the Germans back for 6 weeks and played a pivotal role in the outcome of World War II. Referring to their role in this war, Winston Churchill said, "Hence we shall not say that Greeks fight like heroes, but that heroes fight like Greeks." Zito η Ελλάδα, zito Kanatas, zito η 28 Οκτωβρίου.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, early in 2020, the town of Kingsville lost a leader after a long and courageous battle with cancer. Robert Peterson, Bob to all those who knew and loved him, was a devoted husband to his beautiful wife Audrey and beloved by his many children and grandchildren. Bob served as Reeve, Deputy Reeve, and Council for many years. My friend, duck hunting buddy, and political mentor is sorely missed. Mr. Speaker, my riding of Essex has 5 fantastic municipalities: Lakeshore, LaSalle, Amherstburg, Essex, and Kingsville, where Bob served. My staff and I have received thousands of cries for help. Our municipal politicians and their staff have no doubt done the same. Frontline workers wear many uniforms, Mr. Speaker, and yes, sometimes suits. Mr. Speaker, I ask this House to join me in extending a heartfelt thanks to my local mayors, Santos, Snively, Aldo, Bain, and Bondi, their respective councils, as well as municipal representatives in ridings across Canada for their determination, resilience, and hard work through it all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton. The Honourable Member, I believe you might be on mute.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, on October 29th, Muslims across Canada will celebrate Milad un-Nabi, commemorating the birth, life, and message of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, where even remotely in the times of a global pandemic, happiness, harmony, and love will be exchanged with family, friends, and neighbors. More than ever, the divine blessings of Allah will fill homes with hope, joy, and optimism in the challenging times. So all those are celebrating in Newton, in Surrey, and all across Canada, those are observing Eid Milad un-Nabi. Peace be with you. Allah Hafiz.
The Honourable
Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to the strength, resilience, and high sense of mutual support that characterize the people of Beauport-Limoilou. when it's time to donate clothes to organizations or food to the free self-serve fridges like the one placed near the Patro Rocamadour, or to volunteer for places like HoC, Autonomie Limoilou, la Cuisine Collective de Beauport, Entraide Agapé, La Bouchée Généreuse, Le Cab 23, or Le Pivot, everyone pitches in to alleviate the hardships faced by others. To those organizations, I would add those who provide mental health support, such as la Fondation Cerveau, la Boussole, and le Cercle Polaire, to name a few, since Beauport-Limoilou has more than 100 of them. These individuals and organizations show that Beauport-Limoilou has generous people living there, always ready to work together to help each other out, whatever life throws in our path. Together, we are stronger. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, we're approaching the end of Women's History Month in Canada, and I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight, with great emotion, some of the women who've marked the history of Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Honor warrant our gratitude and admiration because through hard work, conviction, and sheer stubbornness, they moved mountains of resistance to change. In 1965, Olga Melikoff, Muriel Parks, and Valerie Neal were the activist mothers who moved to create bilingual education in a St. Lambert elementary school. Thus was born French immersion in Canada. En 1983,
in 1983, Josette Lemieux-Lepage became Brossard's first woman mayor. She had heart and wit and was the driving force behind the creation of the local library in 1976. She was also behind the 1989 Brossard Declaration, making Brossard the first municipality in Canada to declare itself multicultural. Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about all the women who've made Brossard-Saint-Lambert such an extraordinary riding. But know this, my dear women, you have my deep gratitude. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the work today of Nicole Jacques, the CEO of Moisson Beauce. This regional food bank, purveyors of happiness for over 25 years, has served some 12 million kilos of goods for a value of $63 million to some 60 organizations in the area. Ms. Jacques is a fighter, and she's been dedicated with heart for 12 years to this organization. She's kept her calm and met the challenge of feeding those affected by historic flooding in 2019, as well as the pandemic. She also made sure that this organization grew like a beautiful flower. The food bank now receives more than 3 times more customers than when it opened. Thank you, Ms. Jacques, for all the work you've done to help the people of Beauce when they were in need. Thank you for bringing around you all these high-quality partners and such a dedicated team. I wish you all the best for the future. Happy retirement, Nicole.
For Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, October marks 65 years since Canada and the United States exchanged formal instruments of ratification for the Convention on the Great Lakes Fishery, creating the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. This treaty solidified a binational partnership that focused on perpetuating Great Lakes science, cross-border relationships, and the control of the invasive sea lamprey parasite basin-wide. And this partnership has yielded, Mr. Speaker, numerous benefits worth billions of dollars and thousands of jobs annually. In fact, ending divided governance by ensuring that federal, state, and provincial agencies and fishery management professionals work towards a collective benefit is one of the treaty's greatest achievements. Turning back a trend established prior to the treaty where an everyone for themselves mentality assured an ecological race to the bottom. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the GLFC on 65 years of success. I look forward to working together to further strengthen the Canada-U.S. partnership in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm sure everybody is aware, today is National Chocolate Day. But everybody is aware that Saturday is Halloween, and normally families would be getting all ready for the excitement that Halloween brings. When our kids are older, they won't remember every Halloween, but they will remember this one, Mr. Speaker. So let's focus on not what we can't do, but let's focus on what we can do. Let's make this a Halloween that every kid wants to remember for the rest of their life. Use your ghoulish imagination, be creative, but stay home, stay safe, watch a horror movie, and have fun. Now, I want to give a special shout out to my 2 nieces who are currently in Thunder Bay, Kira and Tegan, and my niece in Vancouver, Caitlin. And a special shout out to my nephew Brogan, who is turning 13 today. Mr. Speaker, that in itself is very scary, let me tell you. So enjoy Halloween, everybody. Be creative, and Brogan, happy birthday, buddy.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
A close friend of mine lost a family member. I experienced the stinging pain of suicide. Unfortunately, suicide is the second leading cause of death among youth and young adults. 60% of suicidal youth reported wanting to speak to someone but not knowing where to turn. This issue has been exacerbated and worsened by the COVID pandemic. In these times of heightened fear, stress, and loneliness, I would like to encourage everyone in this House and outside to take a moment and reach out to your loved ones. Check in on them. Let them know they are not alone. Remind them that you love them. And please, please go home tonight and give your children a hug.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, this week I had the pleasure of visiting Smalling Land Farm located on the southern shore here in Avalon. This facility is the brainchild of Larry Podester and his family and will be the first large-scale organic farm in the province. 4 years ago, Larry lost his son to suicide, and since then has been working to provide mental health resources and to eliminate stigma. They started the Jacob Podester Memorial Foundation and continue to honour his memory through Smalling Land Farm. This facility is truly impressive. It will be home to organic duck egg production, year-round organic greenhouses, millions of organic bees, and so much more. It will be home to a certified horse therapy program for at-risk youth. The Podester family haven't given up on the people of this province. They haven't given up on our economy and are committed to giving others a leg up. I would like to congratulate Smalling Land Farm on pushing forward a vision of food sustainability, healthy living, and mental health awareness. I wish Larry and his family success now and well into the future.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to wish my daughter Kenzie a happy 6th birthday. I'm sad to be away from home today, but as we celebrated her birthday this past weekend, I was able to assure her that I was needed in Ottawa to fight for a better Canada, one where she can grow up in a free and prosperous society. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, I have concern for her and her sister's future, as her home province of Saskatchewan currently has the highest number of cases of domestic violence among all the provinces. And while Saskatchewan has recently passed a law that would allow police to disclose information that would help protect potential victims of interpersonal violence, unfortunately, the RCMP are not able to comply with Clare's law, as they are bound by a federal privacy law. As such, I'm asking the Ministers of Justice and Public Safety to amend the Privacy Act and enable the RCMP in Saskatchewan to comply with Clare's law, and ultimately protect our loved ones from potential abuse at the hand of their partners.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, 2020 marks 100 years since the end of Canada's first national internment operations during the First World War. Canada labelled naturalized Canadians from Ukraine and other regions in Europe as enemy aliens. The government confiscated their land, property, and cash assets and imprisoned 8,600 people in internment camps for years and used them as forced laborers. My grandparents, my Bubba and Guido, were shamefully considered enemy aliens. Yet at the same time, my Bubba's brother was proudly fighting for Canada in the 44th Battalion. Although they were allowed to work their farm, being enemy aliens meant a weekly 20-mile horse ride to report into the closest RCMP station during the Great War and for another 2 years after the signing of the armistice. The internment of Ukrainians and other Eastern Europeans in Canada was a grave injustice. It's important to educate all Canadians on the entirety of Canada's history, including our darkest moments. Today, on National Internment Education Day, we remember the innocent lives lost and all those who were impacted. Vichnaya Paymet for all who perished.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Caitlin Topp was about halfway through her maternity leave when COVID-19 hit. When she returned to work as a server in August, her hours were cut. She cannot place her daughter into childcare and is denied financial assistance because Caitlin didn't have a spot before the pandemic. Another constituent, Carrie Cooper, reached out to me about her friend, a recent master's graduate and new mother. She is raising 4 children and is an advocate for student mothers at King's University. But Carrie's friend, like Caitlin, is ineligible for all supports. The CERB, the CESB, HoC, the recovery benefit, and EI. These women are unable to begin or return to careers because they can't afford full-time childcare, and like so many parents, they don't know where to turn. Women are used to fighting for their rights, for fairness, for equality, and for support because of their gender. They've been left out because of specific decisions of this government. When will governments understand that real progress requires programs like universal affordable childcare that is accessible for everyone?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An organization in Montreal is celebrating its 25th anniversary today, and I would invite people to visit their Facebook page. It's a special occasion for me, Mr. Speaker, because I spent 6 years working there. If there are so many young people here in the House, I think it's largely thanks to organizations like the one I'm talking about. And a lot of work was done to encourage people to stay in school and to enter into leadership positions like boards of directors. It's important for young people everywhere to get interested in politics and public life, and that's why I'm here today. I'm sure they influenced a lot of people, and so I'd like to say thank you, and I'd like to tell young people listening, get involved. Your spot is waiting for you. Thank you.
My riding of Portage-Lisgar is a shining example of how Canadians have stepped up and helped each other during the pandemic. An example like Winkler Business, Ironman Industries, who adjusted their business to build mobile hand-washing stations. Or Tyler Morin, also of Winkler, who manufactured face mask extenders for frontline workers. Or RV part manufacturer Icon Technology, who switched their production to face shields. Then, Mr. Speaker, there are Altona residents Melanie Schrader and Brenda Driedger. They made and donated hundreds of masks to truck drivers and healthcare workers. And in Portage-La Prairie, with the help of many volunteers, the Portage Community Revitalization Corporation, the Family Resource Center, and the Portage MCC opened up a soup kitchen to help those in need during the pandemic. The strength of a community is boosted when people come together to help each other, and Portage-Lisgar has always been a strong and giving region. Thank you so much, Portage-Lisgar. You are true community heroes.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The country just marked Small Business Week, and I'd like to recognize the resilience of small and medium-sized businesses in Pierrefonds-Dollard. There's no question small businesses have been hard hit by the pandemic. Our government has stepped up, though, to provide supports by covering the wages of workers, by providing emergency loans, by subsidizing rents. At the local level, to ensure businesses knew about these programs, my team and I developed a small business outreach program. With the help of the West Island Chamber of Commerce, we identified over 1,800 businesses in the riding. We sent dedicated mailers to each of these businesses to explain these programs. My staff, along with dedicated volunteers like Alicia and Zakia, also called over 750 small businesses. In each conversation, we sought to help entrepreneurs and employees navigate federal programs. Our message to small businesses is that we're here for you. We're here to help you stay resilient in these challenging times.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Procurement Minister told this House that the government did not have a deal for ventilators with their Liberal friend Frank Baylis, but she forgot to add that Baylis is a partner in the deal. Baylis makes the ventilators. In fact, the ventilators are called the Baylis ventilator, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister ask his former MP, Frank Baylis, to change the name of the Baylis ventilator so that his minister did not mislead this House?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from day one, we engaged Canadians across the country to step up in their businesses, to contribute to the efforts we all knew we needed to do to deliver, including many former politicians and known partisan supporters stepped up across the country, like all Canadians. one well-known conservative businessman named Rick Jameson stepped up because he was a successful auto parts manufacturer and wanted to contribute to the efforts we made to deliver ventilators. He reached out, contracted to Baylis Medical because they could deliver the parts that would help him deliver ventilators. Our agreement with the government, as a government, is with FTI, Rick Jameson's company.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It seems it is who you know in the PMO, Mr. Speaker. Nous savons que l'entreprise Baylis.
We know that the Baylis company copied the ventilator model from an Irish company. And yet Baylis charged more than $100 million more than his competitor. It costs less, yet he charges more. What a remarkable deal for the Liberal family. Why is there a different set of rules for friends of the Liberals than for all other Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I think the Leader of the Opposition finds himself in a difficult position, because nobody in this House would accuse Rick Peterson, a well-known conservative, Rick Jameson, rather. I'm sorry, I'm not that familiar with him because he's a conservative businessman. It is my friends across the aisle who should know him. But he's the one who signed a contract with the Government of Canada to deliver ventilators. And he worked with a Liberal who has a company that's working really well. But really, the question is for Mr. Jameson, as to why he chose Baylis to work with, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we learned that the Liberal government is influencing the judicial nominations process, one that should be free from bias. In fact, he even uses the list of Liberal donors to decide who will become a judge. Once again, Mr. Speaker, why is there one process for Liberal lawyers and a completely different process for everyone else? The Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we created a merit-based process for all Canadians, regardless of their political affiliation. Judges are chosen by an independent committee based on merit. Of course, we always look at the choices after, but the judges are chosen based on merit, and they are also chosen based on diversity, including political diversity. But ultimately, the most important thing is that they offer legal advice that reflects the reality of Canada.
The Minister is telling Canadians to trust him. There's no influence. The stories in the paper are false, that he would never interfere in the independence of the justice system. Sound familiar, Mr. Speaker? Canadians have seen this movie before. It's called PMO Ethics Violation 2, Revenge of SNC Lavalin. With this Prime Minister, the scandal sequels are as spine-tingling as the original. So again, Mr. Speaker, why are there one set of rules for Liberal lawyers and one set of rules for everyone else?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. We brought in a merit-based appointment system after having had a government under the Conservatives that had highly torqued all of its judicial nominations processes. We brought in a merit-based process that is better set to reflect the full diversity of this country. Independent judicial advisory committees across the country make recommendations to the judiciary. We will always look to appoint the very best people to the judiciary. That's what Canadians expect, while they also expect that they be the reflection of the diversity of this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when the COVID crisis hit, this government was late with closing the border. They've been late with rapid tests, and now it seems the government will be late with the delivery of vaccines to Canadians. Will the Prime Minister tell this House why he signed a contract that guarantees that Canada will be at the back of the line when it comes to the vaccine rollout?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. From the very beginning, we acted quickly on countering this pandemic as best as we possibly could. From early January, the Public Health Advisory Board was in place talking about the rumors and the concerns around a virus coming out of China. We then had emergency meetings. We then were able to deliver direct help to Canadians within mere weeks after the shutdown, something that the Conservatives have pointed out was far too quick. Our priorities should have been elsewhere, maybe with big businesses rather than helping families. And on the vaccines, we have continued to move forward to make sure that Canadians have access to vaccines.
L'honorable député de Belle.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During the crisis with Indigenous peoples, the Prime Minister clearly stated that one does not send in the army against one's own population. And yet, during the October crisis, that was exactly what happened. There were nearly 500 unwarranted arrests, people who were held, cut off from their families, who never received compensation. Does the principle that the current Prime Minister has expressed, should that have been applied by Prime Minister Trudeau in Quebec in 1980? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. During the October crisis, the Quebec minister was playing ball in Saint-Lambert with his nephew innocently one evening, and he was kidnapped and assassinated by a terrorist cell. Mr. Speaker, those are the events from the October crisis that we should remember. Of course, there will always be political debates about what happened. But let us remember that a Quebec politician was kidnapped and assassinated under horrendous circumstances, and we must remember him, his service, and his family. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I asked a question on one topic, and he answers about a different topic, just as I expected. There were raids sponsored by Ottawa that recall the raids that occurred in the communist era Soviet Union. There were tens and thousands of questionings, arbitrary arrests. Does this Prime Minister deny that the RCMP had expressly recommended to the government that it should not proceed, that it wasn't justified? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in October 1970, the Premier of Quebec, as well as the Leader of the Opposition, René Lévesque, agreed that it was a good idea to send in the troops to protect Quebec. In fact, the Mayor of Montreal asked the federal government to send in federal troops under Quebec stewardship to ensure the safety of the province during a democratic crisis, a crisis for the Quebec nation, and that is what the federal government did. It always wished to be there to help the provinces, as it will always wish to do. The honourable member for Burnaby South. Thank you. Stephen Harper cut funding for healthcare, and this Prime Minister has continued down that same path. As a result, long-term care centres don't have the resources they need. They did not have those resources during the first wave of COVID-19. Lives were lost. Will this Prime Minister commit today to ensure the appropriate funding to take care of our seniors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in this pandemic, tragically, the most vulnerable members of our society, seniors, were adversely affected by this crisis. We must all work together. All stripes of government and all levels of government must work together to keep our seniors healthy and safe. That is why we worked closely with the Quebec government to ensure that they have appropriate PPE. We even sent in the Army and subsequently the Red Cross to help. We will do so with all provinces working together to protect seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now over 10,000 Canadians have lost their life to COVID-19. One of those people is Denis Mathieu. His family sold their home so they could afford to put him in a long-term care home. He ended up losing his life on October 16th. The long-term care home was owned by the federal government and is for profit. Now, my question is very simple. This is not about jurisdiction, this is about responsibility. Will the Prime Minister commit to protecting people in homes owned by his government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves to be able to age in dignity, in safety, and in good health. That is something that we all, regardless of our political affiliations, regardless of the order of governments in which we serve, can agree on. That's why through this pandemic, as we've seen the terrible tragedies families and individuals have faced, have been doing as much as we can to be there. And we will continue to. We will continue to work with the provinces. We will continue to ensure that equipment is sent and that support is given. We will ensure that best practices are shared. We will protect our seniors.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Le Canada a le taux de chômage le plus élevé.
Canada has the highest unemployment rate in the G7, higher than the US, the UK, Japan, Germany, France, or Italy. One of the reasons that we have the highest unemployment rate is that there is a war on jobs by this government. According to a Department of Finance report, a Canadian may lose up to 80% of each additional dollar earned by working, which penalizes workers for working. When will this government stop its war on jobs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we have been there for workers and Canadians. During the first wave, people needed to stay home, and we delivered with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit to enable people to stay home in order to protect people's neighbours and first-line health workers. We also helped small and large businesses with the wage subsidy. We helped these businesses get through the crisis. And we're going to keep assisting Canadians and small businesses that need help. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
7 nations also have COVID, yet we have higher unemployment here than in the United States, the UK, France, Italy, Japan, and Germany. One of the reasons we're now learning is because of a newly obtained report from Finance Canada showing the high levels of marginal effective tax rates. That is the amount that a person loses on each extra dollar they earn. For example, someone earning just $30,000 can lose 60 cents on the dollar that they earn. A single mother earning $55,000 can lose 80 cents on the dollar that they earn. This is a war on work. We need to get Canadians back into jobs and reward them for their contributions. Will the Prime Minister end the war on work?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I don't blame any Canadians watching for being slightly puzzled trying to figure out what it is the member from Carleton is trying to say. It's actually easier if you look into a context where he said, first of all, that he didn't believe in big government programs, even in a time of pandemic. And secondly, their issue of disincentives to work, which is why they were so concerned about the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the CERB that helped over 8 million Canadians. They kept saying, oh no, man, it's going to be hard to hire people for our factories. No, the issue is that we need to continue to support people and know that Canadians would much prefer to have a job, but they need to be supported.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, not only do we support the CERB, we said that people should be allowed to earn more than the $1,000 cutoff that Prime Minister imposed. He said that if you earn $1 more than $1,000, he would kick you from the CERB to the curb. We said there should be rewards for work, but now we learn that his war on work predated the pandemic. In 2019, according to his own finance department, single mothers earning just $55,000 could lose as much as 80 cents on each additional dollar they earn. Will he once and for all end his war on work?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
So I think we can all agree that this government has done the right things, as he just said, in being there to support Canadians through this pandemic. But arguments he's making about pre-pandemic are also completely out to lunch because, first of all, we are the government that saw 1 million new jobs created over the course of our first mandate, while at the same time seeing hundreds of thousands of kids and families lifted out of poverty. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we delivered a Canada Child benefit that helped single moms, that's helped families across the country, initiatives, unfortunately, that the Conservatives voted against.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, big grocery corporations have decided that they need to make more money off the backs of Canadians in the middle of a pandemic. Walmart started it this summer when it announced that it would be charging their suppliers increased fees to pay for store upgrades. That means more expensive food, and it also puts Canadian jobs at risk. On Cancino, on Huawei, on Bayless, the Prime Minister took the side of the connected. Will the Prime Minister at least side with Canadians as Walmart rises the price of their food?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, ensuring good food on Canadians' tables at affordable prices is something that has been a priority for this government from the very beginning, which is why we moved forward on creating a surplus food program, why we moved forward on working with food banks across this country, but mostly why we made sure to support frontline workers and support our farmers and our agricultural producers to continue to deliver quality food on people's tables. We will continue to be there to support Canadians as long as it takes, whatever it takes, through this pandemic.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to understand that the last thing that Canadians need during these trying times is an unfair hit on their grocery bills. Walmart isn't alone. Sobeys, Metro, and others have jumped on this bandwagon. Clearly, we have a competition problem for Canadians. Major grocery stores are lining up to make things more expensive, while other parts of Canada are reporting record problems with food insecurity. So, will the Prime Minister stand up to the big grocery giants and make sure that our Canadian competition laws are being followed?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we have done from the beginning of this pandemic is stand up for Canadians. We've been there to support families. We've been there to support our agricultural producers and our farmers. We've been there to ensure that northern families get help in terms of the high costs of food. We've been there to support food banks that unfortunately across the country are seeing more and more people need to step up during this time of pandemic. We will continue to be there to support Canadians. We will continue to be there to have Canadians' backs every step of the way. That's a commitment we've made to Canadians, and we will be there for as long as it takes, whatever it takes.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Friends in the big grocery business, but Mr. Speaker, the mandatory isolation program is about to expire on October 31st, which is this Saturday, while the isolation protocols are still in place for workers, seasonal workers. Canadian farmers are already stretched to the max with COVID-19 mitigation, with market losses, loss of sales, and with agri-stability not working the way it should. Canada's food security requires decisive action. Will the Prime Minister at least commit to the bare minimum to extend the mandatory isolation support program now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for our farmers and our producers. We will continue to support the frontline workers who are putting food on our tables. We are continuing to support all Canadians while we make it through this incredibly difficult time. Canadians need to know that their institutions are there to serve them, and we will continue to. I can highlight we've made many investments to support directly our farmers and agricultural producers, and we will continue to be there for those communities.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, René Lévesque was not the leader of the opposition. He never approved the War Measures Act. He, in fact, said that it was a military occupation of Quebec. Premier Bourassa, Prime Minister Trudeau, and the Mayor of Montreal created out of whole cloth the idea of an insurrection. Led by Claude Ryan, Guy Rocher, and René Lévesque, among others, supposedly, as well as union leaders. Does this Prime Minister believe that an insurrection was discovered in 1970 in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, there are many political debates that will continue. I've already given my perspective on the October crisis. Here, on this side of the House, we will continue to work to support Quebecers now and in the future and deliver for them. We were there with CERB for several months. We will continue to be there with EI, with help to small businesses, with help for seniors and families. We know that this is a difficult period, and this federal government will be there for Quebecers. The honourable member. Other groups get apologies. Quebecers never. The federal government condoned all sorts of violence in Quebec. And in fact, without the Bloc Québécois, this government would not have recognized the Armenian genocide or the attack in France last week. Threatening to shoot people's loved ones before their very eyes, threatening them with weapons in the middle of the night, that's extremely violent. Wouldn't that justify an apology from the Canadian apology machine? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians and all parties condemn the violence we saw in France recently. We are there to support the French who have suffered a heinous terrorist attack, the murder of Samuel Paty, and we will stand together on that point. I recognize the Bloc Québécois for having brought forward a motion, but any of our parties would have done so. We will continue to stand together against violence and extremism in the world.
Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, for months the Prime Minister has been promising a new tone on China, but nothing has actually changed. For almost 2 years, Canadians Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been in prison in China. In that time, the government has given almost $350,000 to the Canada-China Business Council, the same group that protested even raising the issue of the Michaels at their recent dinner. Speaker, why does this government's new tone sound like the same old song and dance?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we've been clear from the very beginning about our principles, about our commitment to the rule of law, and our deep concern for our detained citizens. We have worked over the past many months to try and bring them home, and we will continue to work extremely hard, not just on our own, but with allies around the world who've consistently spoken up against China's arbitrary detention of citizens and its coercive diplomacy. We will continue to be loud and clear on the principles of defending human rights and the rule of law. We will continue to work with countries around the world, even as we highlight the excesses and the wrongs on human rights.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, you'd think with the ties that this Prime Minister has to the CCP that he'd be able to get more action, but that dinner was also paid for with a grant from Canadian taxpayers thanks to the Heritage Minister and Destinations Canada. We don't know yet how much Canadians paid so that the Canadian business elite could applaud communist China and wag their finger at their own government, but we know $1 is too much. Can the Prime Minister tell this House how much Canadians paid for the latest love-in with Canada's corporate China lobby?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, even as we have consistently stood up strongly in defence of the two Michaels, in defence of the Uyghurs, and in concern for Canadian citizens and indeed all citizens in Hong Kong, we have continued to look at China as a market for our grain farmers, for our seafood producers, for so many Canadians who recognize that the second largest economy in the world represents opportunities for Canadian families and businesses. And walking that careful line of being unequivocal on the defense of human rights and recognizing economic ties with the second largest economy in the world is what we've been doing.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the first contract signed for a COVID-19 vaccine was signed with the Chinese pharmaceutical giant. But the communist regime in China refused to export the vaccine. Currently, it is not clear how much this government paid to the company. Can the Prime Minister tell us how much was paid? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Our approach on vaccines, like our approach for PPE, is to ensure that we have enough and that we explore a range of options for Canadians. We have signed 7 deals for vaccines throughout the world that we hope to be able to deliver to Canadians, because no one knows what vaccine is going to be ready first and which one will work the best. That's why we've signed several deals. We're working with COVAX internationally to ensure that there are other sources of vaccines in Canada. We are doing everything we can to ensure that Canadians stay safe. It is Conservatives who don't want to do what needs to be done to protect Canadians. The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we want to fix this situation. But this government has focused on China since the beginning, and ultimately we were tricked by the Chinese Communist regime. The Prime Minister has spoken about the other deals, but those were signed 3 months too late. We're going to get vaccines 3 months later than other countries because of this. Instead of insulting us, because we're being insulted by our colleagues across the aisle from the very beginning, instead, can the Prime Minister confirm whether we'll be getting the vaccines 3 months later than other countries? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we negotiated with vaccine producers throughout the world. They are not currently producing these vaccines. They are doing research to see if they can find a vaccine. We don't know which company will come up with a vaccine first, or which will have the most effective vaccine. So we have indeed negotiated with many different companies, because we know that Canadians want us to get vaccines soon, on time to help them, and that is exactly what we negotiated.
London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, when the folks of Garderie Tunney's daycare contacted their Liberal local MP for Ottawa Centre to ask for help to keep their doors open, she suggested that they should apply for a rental subsidy. The landlord for this daycare centre is the federal government. They almost doubled the rent to $14,000 per month. Families are losing their daycare service in the middle of a pandemic. How can the Prime Minister justify to parents the loss of their daycare services over his increase in rent? And when will he make sure Garderie Tunney's daycare stays open so parents have a safe place for their kids?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the need for childcare is exactly why we move forward in the throne speech and are working forward to ensure we're delivering childcare with the provinces right across the country. We understand it's not just a social necessity, but an economic necessity as well. In regards to Garderie Tunney's daycare, which is a well-loved daycare in Ottawa, during the pandemic, PSBC has ensured that rent relief is available to all tenants under the Canada Emergency Rent Assistance Program. More recently, we've informed the daycare that November rent will be deferred, and we'll continue to work with them on a path forward.
Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, at the Global Forum just a few minutes ago, the Finance Minister said there is no free lunch during the pandemic. I disagree. Banks have made over $15 billion in profits so far. Billionaires have amassed more than $37 billion in wealth. And web giants like Amazon have made obscene profits and paid little tax. It really sucks, Mr. Speaker, that hardworking people who are struggling are going to be forced to pay for the economic recovery. So will the Prime Minister commit today to imposing a wealth tax on the ultra-rich to pay for the recovery? And will he force the web giants to pay their fair share?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we committed in the throne speech that we would be moving forward and making the web giants pay their fair share. That's something that all Canadians can understand, and we're happy to move forward with that. On the issue of raising taxes on the wealthiest 1%, Mr. Speaker, that's actually the very first thing we did when we came into office in 2015. We created a new higher tax bracket and forced the wealthiest 1% to pay more. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against it. Mr. Speaker, we will always look to ensure that we're supporting the middle class and people working hard to join it through this pandemic and beyond.
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, in the most recent speech from the throne, the government committed to acting on critical issues important to seniors. This included increases to the OAS and the CPP, which will positively impact seniors in my riding and, of course, across Canada. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership, especially his commitment to work with the provinces to establish national guidelines for long-term homes. Can the Prime Minister elaborate today on just how we will continue supporting our seniors?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Humber River Black Creek for her question and especially for her tireless work for her community. In addition to the speech from the throne commitments the member mentioned, we're building at least 7,000 new affordable housing units for seniors under the National Housing Strategy. To create opportunities for seniors to be more connected, supported, and active members of their community, we invested an additional $100 million over 5 years in the New Horizons for Seniors program, which helped community groups provide local programs to support. We will continue to work hard every day to provide more support for our seniors.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Come By Chance refinery shut down, Suncor layoffs, White Rose oil field in jeopardy, HoC layoffs and now being sold. This government has left energy workers out in the cold. News broke yesterday that the Steelworkers Union is putting more energy into finding a buyer for Come By Chance than the Natural Resources Minister is. Mr. Speaker, why is this Prime Minister's biggest energy accomplishment in 5 years unemployment lines instead of pipelines?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Since day one, we've taken action to support our oil and gas sector. During the pandemic, we invested $1.7 billion to remediate inactive and abandoned wells, which will protect and create thousands of jobs. We continue to support the sector with the wage subsidy. Almost 1 in every 3 workers in mining and oil and gas stayed in their jobs thanks to the subsidy. And the speech from the throne announced it will continue until next summer. We're getting our resources to new markets and using revenue to fund clean energy and climate solutions. And the workers will continue to be at the heart of everything we do.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, another Alberta company, a frac sands company, was forced to lay off nearly its entire staff. The government is approving $20 million in loans to a competing company that mines exclusively in the U.S., a loan with interest that can be paid back in kind. When the government interferes like this, you are directly picking winners and losers, forcing yet another mass layoff in the energy sector. Shameful. Does this Prime Minister realize he is allowing a Canadian company to fail so one with a large interest in the U.S. can succeed?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this pandemic has been difficult on Canadians from coast to coast to coast, but we recognize the extra degree of difficulty that the current oil crisis is having on oil workers in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, and indeed in Newfoundland and Labrador. We have been there for them with wage subsidies, with the CERB and with the EI supports. We will continue to look for ways, like we did with orphan wells, to continue to support those workers who have been working hard to build and contribute to our country's well-being over the past many years. We need them going forward to have strong jobs, strong families, and a strong future, and that's what we're committed to working on with them.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom is our 3rd largest export market. We share common values, but we will not have a free trade agreement with them as of December 31st. Not having one in place will mean higher tariffs. For example, 8% on Canadian lobster, 16% on beef. And as of right now, the amounts are 0 under CETA. Where is the Prime Minister's plan to maintain competitive UK access for our seafood workers and ranchers if a transitional agreement is not in place at the end of the year? We're running out of time.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we were committed to improving international trade. That is why, under our watch, Canada has signed and ratified major trade deals that give us access, free trade access to 2/3 of the global economy, and we're the only G7 country with free trade with every other G7 country. Obviously, the UK's decision to withdraw from the European Union has made it more complicated with CETA, but I can continue to assure people that we are working with the United Kingdom to ensure a seamless transition. We've been working on it for many years at their rhythm. We will ensure that we're moving forward the right way.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has us at the back of the line for PPE, at the back of the line for rapid testing, and at the back of the line for vaccines. Now we're at the risk of being at the back of the line for a new trade deal with our oldest ally. The new Japan-UK trade deal goes farther than the old deal the UK had with the EU. Time is running out again. When is the Prime Minister going to get serious about a trade agreement with the United Kingdom?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her interest and can reassure her that over the past 3 or 4 years, we have been working closely with the UK in order to ensure a seamless transition as they exit from the European Union, as we look to continue the excellent trading relationship that we have with the UK. We understand that there are levels of complexity in Brexit, but that is something that we are working with them on as we ensure continued access to Canadian markets for the UK and to the UK for Canadian markets.
The Honourable Member for Chambly. Thank you. This Prime Minister, 50 years after Trudeau Sr., tried to push down a peaceful movement by honourable individuals who became party leaders, a premier, builders of the quiet revolution inspired by artists. Instead, they were called terrorists. Did the Canadian Army not, in 1970, engage in state terrorism ordered by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? As I said, Mr. Speaker, I understand that there is still a political debate on what happened 50 years ago. My concern today and in the coming days is to ensure that in 50 years' time, my children and grandchildren and all the grandchildren in Quebec and across the country will look at how we've managed this crisis in the right way, this health crisis, this economic crisis, and they will know that what we've done now will help us for the 50 coming years. The Honourable Member for Chambly. You can claim to manage a crisis when you can't recognize the mistakes of the past. Quebecers don't feel good in Canada. They don't see themselves in Canada, and they would see another road for their future. In 1980, in 1995, in 1996 even, Canada responds with fear, campaigns of fear. A last chance for the Prime Minister. History will be watching. Will he apologize to the Quebec people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I think we have to be clear about one thing. The Bloc Québécois was elected by many Quebecers to represent Quebec. The Liberal Party was also elected by many Quebecers in more ridings than the Bloc to represent Quebecers as well. And I would not want, just because the Bloc doesn't see itself within Canada, that we conclude or that it be concluded easily that Quebecers do not see themselves within Canada. Over the years, many things have been done together. All Canadians, be they from Quebec, BC, or elsewhere in the country, have worked together to create this wonderful country that we're so proud of. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in response to a question by my colleague, the minister said that 200,000 rapid tests would be sent to Quebec this week. And we learned today that 30,000 tests will be delivered tomorrow. Tomorrow's 30. It's 30,000, not 200,000. A province needs rapid tests. It's part of the solution and would help take Quebec regions out of the red zone. Can the Prime Minister tell us when Quebec will have these rapid tests? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working with companies around the world as well as Canadian companies in order to deliver the equipment that is needed across the country. Health Canada is approving as fast as possible safe tests and equipment to help Canadians, and even before the approval of contracts, we have promised to deliver the tests as quickly as possible. Once the contracts are signed, we will do so for Quebec, for the rest of the country, and as quickly as possible in order to ensure that we can get through this pandemic. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Minister had promised 60,000 tests. The province will get only 30,000 this week. Yesterday, the minister told us 200,000 tests. And now I'm a little confused Perhaps she should look at her numbers. Quebec is in the midst of a second wave. Because of a lack of rapid testing, restaurants are closed, gyms are closed. Quebec's economy is doing poorly. I would repeat my question. Can the Prime Minister tell us clearly how many and when will these tests be made available to Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I understand, Mr. Speaker, the extent to which we all want this crisis to end. We know that we are working very hard together to deliver the required equipment. I want to tell all my colleagues, and they should know this already, that there is not just one solution to get through this pandemic. Yes, rapid tests will be extremely useful and important, and that is why we are working so hard to ensure that everybody can have access to more rapid tests. We must ensure that everything that we do, be it for tests or contact tracing, or individual behavior, everything must go together. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafjord. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, we are doing about 20,000 tests a day. 60,000 tests would only cover 3 days. The Prime Minister said on May 21st that we would have rapid tests in order to deal with the second wave. But now we are in the second wave with the closure of the border and the signing of contracts on vaccines. This government is acting extremely slowly with the availability of rapid tests. When will Quebec be able to have enough tests to fight the second wave? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to the Honourable Member that Quebec will have its 200,000 tests this week. We know that testing is part of the solution, and it is our duty to continue to work at all levels to deliver all of the equipment and ensure the behavior that will help us get us through this wave of COVID.
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the interim results of the 2019-2020 Community-Based Research Center Sex Now survey shows that 1 in 5 sexual minority men have been subjected to sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression change efforts. It's unacceptable that in 2020, some Canadians are still subjected to hurtful stigmas and stereotypes that translate into harmful practices such as conversion therapy. Our government recently tabled legislation that will protect LGBTQ2 individuals from these dangerous practices. Can the Prime Minister tell this House why standing up for LGBTQ2 Canadians is so important?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for his question and for his hard work. Conversion therapy is rooted in the harmful premise that one's sexual orientation or gender identity could and even should be changed. Our legislation will criminalize efforts to force someone to change or hide who they are. While Conservatives couch their support for conversion therapy behind misleading arguments, on this side, we will always stand up for the rights of Canadians. We urge all members of all parties to support this bill during this afternoon's vote.
Well, member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government made the decision to shut down Canada's early pandemic warning system. The result of that was when COVID hit, Canada was relying on information from the Chinese government, which meant that there were wrong decisions made and delayed decisions made. Now, the government has said, the Minister of Health said that there would be an internal review done on why the government shut down the early pandemic warning system. Can the Prime Minister tell us who will be conducting that review?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to correct the record. There was no reduction in funding or staffing levels in this case since 2015. We've continued to ensure that Canada is able to respond to urgencies and emergencies around the world. We will continue to base everything we do on science and evidence. As of January 2nd, Dr. Tam convened a meeting of her counterparts across the country to look into and to raise concerns about the news coming out of Wuhan. We have been on this from the very beginning, and we will continue to be.
Honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister didn't hear what his Minister of Health said just on Sunday, that in fact that the pandemic the alert system needed to be in effect, and she said that there was going to be a review of why it was shut down. Mr. Speaker, this is very disturbing because we have a pattern where the health minister is making mistakes, making bad decisions, blaming bureaucrats, and then somehow blaming the opposition for asking questions. So Canadians deserve to know why the early warning system was shut down. If the Prime Minister doesn't know, he can say, I don't know, but he needs to answer that question.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all saw these various reports, and following those reports coming out, we did start an investigation to look into exactly what happened, to establish exactly the pattern of facts. What I can confirm is there was no reduction in funding or employment in these agencies, but we obviously need to understand exactly what happened so we can be better prepared in future pandemics. There are many lessons to learn through this one, and that's what we're focused on.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So the Prime Minister has admitted that they are looking into why the early warning system was shut down. So I'll ask again. Canadians really do deserve to know. You know, they've just been told that Christmas could be cancelled. They've been told that they're not going to get rapid testing for a long time. Canadians are being told they're on the back of the line for the vaccine. These are really serious issues, Mr. Speaker. So again, Canadians deserve to know who is doing the review of the decisions that the Prime Minister and his government have made around the early pandemic warning system.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think it's important that Canadians get accurate information, which is why it's important to highlight, first and foremost, that we have access to a large suite of vaccine potential candidates, and we will continue to ensure that Canadians get vaccines as they become available. We are not at the back of the line. We are also already deploying rapid testing and have been deploying rapid testing for many months in remote and northern communities where the need was most acute. We will continue to work with provinces. We will continue to work with health experts to ensure that we have all the strategies necessary to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Seniors are living longer than ever before, but they're worried about the rising costs of healthcare and running out of their savings as they get older. In engaging with seniors in my riding of Brampton North, I know how challenging it's been for them to adjust to the rising costs of living. Brampton is home to thousands of seniors that have helped build this great city and our country. Could the Prime Minister outline a few of the many programs and supports we have available for seniors and what more our government has planned for them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Brampton North for her important question and, as always, for her tireless advocacy for her community. We announced additional support of $2.5 billion for a one-time tax-free payment for seniors eligible for OAS and GIS. Together with the extra GST credit, that's over $1,500 in tax-free support for a low-income couple. We remain committed to increasing old age security once a senior turns 75 and boosting the Canada Pension Plan's survivors benefit. We've moved forward on increasing New Horizons, and we will continue to stand ready to take additional actions as needed to support seniors.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Canadians are questioning how Mi'kmaq fishers facing violence, threats, and having their property destroyed are being served by the RCMP. The Minister of Indigenous Services publicly disagreed with the Commissioner's assessment of the police response. Last week, the Assembly of First Nations announced Commissioner Lucky had lost their confidence and called for her resignation. Indigenous people who are affected by systemic racism deserve leaders who can understand the problem. Can the Prime Minister explain why and how he still has confidence in the RCMP Commissioner?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, from the beginning, we have strongly condemned any form of violence, harassment, or intimidation towards the Mi'kmaq. The police are responsible for ensuring protection and preventing the escalation of violence, which is why we approved a request from the province for more police resources. We've acknowledged, as has the Commissioner of the RCMP, that throughout its history, the RCMP has not always treated racialized and Indigenous people fairly. There's no question that systemic racism exists, and working with the Commission, we will bring forward meaningful change to ensure that police treat all people with dignity and respect.
That's all the time we have today for question period. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Before continuing, honourable members, I have the unfortunate duty to inform you of the passing of the Right Honourable Don Mazinkowski. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in honour of this great Canadian. I now invite honourable members to rise. I want to thank the honourable members, and je comprends que l'honorable député.
I understand the honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie has a point of order. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting all parties, I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for the passing of this motion. Given the situation in Algeria, millions of people are advocating for their individual freedoms. So the House of Commons condemns the repression in Algeria and the lack of respect for human rights and the freedom of prisoners of conscience and political prisoners. Because it's a hybrid session of the House, for the sake of clarity, I would ask only those opposed to the motion to express their opposition. Accordingly, all those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing would please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Avec aucune voix
Hearing no dissenting voices, I declare the motion carried.
Comme il est 3h15,
it being 3:15, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C6. Call in the members.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for the use by the table. La question est la...
The question is the following one. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moved that Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code Conversion Therapy, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
All those in favor of the motion participating in person, please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Miss Petitpot-Taylor.
Miss Petitpot-Taylor.
Mr. Isasi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Sido, Brampton East.
Mr. Sido, Brampton East.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Miss Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Miss Gray.
Miss Gray.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Monsieur Liu.
Mr. Liu.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Lemire.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion et
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
we will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party, based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure that your camera is turned on at all times and that your microphone is turned on only when you are voting. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Algabra, for, yes.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Amos, for.
Miss Annan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Miss Annan, for.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Anandasangari, for.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Arsenault, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Arsenault, for.
Mr. Area.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Area, for.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Badaway, for.
Mr. Bagno.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bagno, for.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Baker, for.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baptiste, 4, pour.
Mr. Beach.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Beach, 4, pour.
Madame Bandayan.
Très fière de voter en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bandayan, pour, 4.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Bessette, pour, 4.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Biddle, 4, pour.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blair, 4, pour.
Mr. Blois.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Blois, pour, 4.
Mr. Brettina.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Bertina, 4, pour.
Mr. Casey.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Casey, 4, pour.
Back to Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Brière, pour, 4.
Monsieur Champagne.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Champagne, pour, 4.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur le Président, I vote in favor.
Mr. Chen, 4, pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, pour, 4.
Ms. Demoff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Demoff, 4, pour.
Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Miss Dillon.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Ms. Dillon, pour, 4.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur le Président, je suis très fier de voter en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Drouin, pour, 4.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion. Merci.
Monsieur Dubourg, pour, 4.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote en faveur de la proposition.
Monsieur Duclos, pour, 4.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duguid, 4, pour.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Duncan, can you repeat, please? The camera didn't kick in.
I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Ms. Duncan, 4, pour.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, 4, pour.
Mr. Easter.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Easter, 4, pour.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur El Khoury, pour, 4.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, 4, pour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fergus, pour, 4.
Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you. I vote for the motion, Mr. President.
He came up.
Mr. Finnegan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Finnegan, pour, 4.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fisher, 4, pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fonseca, 4, pour.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Fortier, pour, 4.
Mr. Fredescatos.
In favor.
Mr. Fredescatos, please repeat.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Fredescatos, 4, pour.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fraser, 4, pour.
Miss Freeland.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Miss Freeland, pour, 4.
Miss Fry.
I vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Miss Fry.
I vote
Ms. Fry, you may want to lower the boom on your headset.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be really helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Fry, 4 pour.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Garneau, pour 4.
Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Gerritsen, 4 pour.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gould, 4 pour.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je suis très heureux de voter en faveur de cette motion.
Guilbeault, pour 4.
Ms. Haidoo.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Haidoo, 4 pour.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hardy, 4 pour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Holland, 4 pour.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Housefather, 4 pour.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Ms. Hutchins, 4 pour.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Iacono, pour 4.
Ms. Jazik.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jazik, 4 pour.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Did you? Ms. Jones, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Callaway, 4 pour.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Khalid, 4 pour.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Kara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, pour 4.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lametti, pour 4.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Latanzio, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon, pour 4.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Oh que oui, Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Madame Le Boutillier, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote in favor de la motion.
Mr. Long, pour 4.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Longfield, 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, pour 4.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez-Farada, pour 4.
Mr. McDonald.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McDonald, pour 4.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGuinty, can you repeat, please? The camera didn't kick in.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. McGuinty, 4 pour.
Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay.
In favor.
Mr. McKay, 4 pour.
Miss McKenna.
Monsieur le Président, je suis très heureuse de voter pour la motion.
Ms. McKenna, pour 4.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, pour, for.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, for, pour.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Mendocino, pour, for.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Monsef, for, pour.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Morrissey, pour, for.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Ing, pour, for.
Ms. O'Connell.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. O'Connell, for, pour.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote proudly for the motion.
Mr. Oliphant, pour, for.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote proudly for the motion.
Mr. O'Regan, for, pour.
Mr. Pawlowski.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Pawlowski, for, pour.
Ms. Ratanzi.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Ratanzi, for, pour.
Mr. Regan.
I think I'm next.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Regan, for, pour.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Robillard, pour, for.
Mr. Rogers.
Next one.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, for, pour.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
One more.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North, for, pour.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Saini, for, pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sanson, for, pour.
Mr. Sangha.
You got that?
I vote in favor of the motion.
Could you please repeat, Mr. Sangha?
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Senga, you may want to try lowering the boom on the headset. Maybe it's up.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sangha, for, pour.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Aye, for, pour.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
I vote in favor.
Pelagia, for, pour.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur. Merci.
Mr. Chiffquet, pour, for.
Mrs. Schultz.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Schultz, for, pour.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur le Président, très en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Serré, pour, for.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Groh, for, pour.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Shanahan, for, pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
For, pour.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, for, pour.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sims, for, pour.
Mr. Sorbera.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Sobara, pour, for.
Mr. Spangeman.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Spangeman, pour, for.
Miss Tassie.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Tassie, for, pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, for, pour.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, for, pour.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vancouverden, 4, pour.
Monsieur Vandal.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vandal, 4, pour.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Vandenbelt, 4, pour.
Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani.
Mr. Speaker, with pride, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Varani, 4, pour.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Weiler, 4, pour.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, 4, pour.
Miss Yip.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Yip, 4, pour.
Miss Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Ms. Young, 4, pour.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Zaid, 4, pour.
Miss Zan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Zan, pour, 4.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Albuteif.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Albuteif, pour, 4.
Miss Alislav.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislav, 4, pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, 4, pour.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, 4, pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, 4, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, 4, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, 4, pour.
Mr. Benzen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Benzen, 4, pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Berthold, pour, 4.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Léger-Chemin, Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Léger-Chemin, Lévis, pour, 4.
Mr. Bragdon.
I vote for the motion.
4.
Mr. Broussard.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Broussard, 4, pour.
Mr. Carey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Carey, pour, 4.
Mr. Chu.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chu, 4, pour.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cooper, can I get you to repeat, please? Your camera didn't go off.
Oh, yes, I vote for the motion.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, 4, pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dalton, pour, 4.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Dancho, 4, pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davidson, 4, pour.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, 4, pour.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Doherty, 4, pour.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, 4, pour.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, 4, pour.
Mrs. Falk. Battlefords, Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, 4, pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, against, contre.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, 4, pour.
Miss Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Finley Haldeman Norfolk, 4, pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of sending the bill to committee for further study.
Mrs. Gallant, 4, pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Généreux, pour, 4.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Godin, pour, 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Gould, pour, 4.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hallan, 4, pour.
Miss Harder.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion going to committee.
Miss Harder, 4, pour.
Mr. Holback. Mr. Holback. Miss Jensen.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain for the time.
Ms. Jensen, abstention, abstention.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Genereux, 4, pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4, pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Kimmich, against, contre.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, 4, pour.
Mr. Currick.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Currick, against, contre.
Mrs. Cousy.
Pour la deuxième lecture, je vote pour la motion. For the second reading, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Cousy, 4, pour.
Mr. Lake.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lake, pour, 4.
Mr. Lawrence.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, pour, 4.
Mr. Liepert.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Liepert, 4, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I abstain.
Mr. Lloyd, abstention, abstention.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote yes.
Mr. Lobb, 4, pour.
Mr. Lukivsky.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lukivsky, 4, pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McKenzie, 4, pour.
Mr. McGuire.
I vote for.
Mr. McGuire, 4, pour.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, 4, pour.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to vote for this motion.
Mr. McLean, 4, pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, 4, pour.
Mr. Malilo.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Malilo, 4, pour.
Mr. Moore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, please repeat. The camera didn't go off.
I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, 4, pour.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, 4, pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4, pour.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion to send to committee for future study and needed amendments.
Mr. Motts, 4, pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Nader, 4, pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour, 4.
Mr. Reed.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reed, 4, pour.
Ms. Rempel Gardner.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Ms. Rempel Gardner, 4, pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, 4, pour.
Mr. Schmale.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Sin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mr. Sloan, against, contre.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Stanton, 4 pour.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote in favor of sending this bill to committee.
Mr. Steinley, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Upal.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Papta.
I vote in favor of this bill going to committee.
Mr. Van Papta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of this bill.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Viss, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Speaker, with the best of faith, I will be voting in favor of sending this flawed bill to committee. Je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, pour, 4.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yurdega, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Bloc québécois members.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît, la caméra?
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, could you repeat? The camera didn't work.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, pour, 4.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour, 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour, 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Bérubé, pour, 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour, 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Boudria, pour, 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour, 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Chabot, pour, 4.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote vigoureusement en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Champoux, pour, 4.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour, 4.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Desbiens, pour, 4.
Monsieur Desilets.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Desilets, pour, 4.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour, 4.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour, 4.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, pour, 4.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, pour, 4.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, pour, 4.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Perron, pour, 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour, 4.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour, for.
Monsieur Simard.
Pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Simard, pour, for.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour, for.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, pour, for.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Miss Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Ashton, for, pour.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, for, pour.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, for, pour.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cannings, for, pour.
Ms. Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Collins, for, pour.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Davies, pour, for.
Mr. Duval.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duval, for, pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote unreservedly in favor of Bill C6 and ask the Speaker to rule whether votes with qualifiers attached are in fact in order.
Mr. Garrison, for, pour.
Ms. Gazan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gazan, pour, for.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, for, pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Hughes, pour, for.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, can you repeat? The camera didn't kick in.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Johns, for, pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, pour, for.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, for, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor, for, pour.
Mr. Mossing. Mr. Mossy.
Members of the Green Party.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, for, pour.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Atwin, for, pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Independent members.
Mr. Tabera.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Tabera, pour, for.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, for, pour.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to due to technical difficulties that were now resolved, use the raise hand function on the chair and the chair will recognize you. Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Dhaliwal, pour, for.
Mr. Fillmore.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fillmore, for, pour.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in favor of this going to committee.
Mr. Hoback, for, pour.
Mr. Aitchison, can you, nothing serious, can you confirm, can you confirm your vote? There's some question at the table.
I am in favor of the motion.
Thank you. We don't usually have points of order unless it's of a technical fashion. Mr. Massey, did you have a technical issue? We now have a technical issue. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to confirm my vote was counted in favor.
Okay. We'll just confirm that. Yes, it was. Thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Yeas pour 308, 308. Nays contre 7, 7.
I declare this motion carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Nous avons un appel au règlement.
Point of order.
For London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to raise a point that we heard during this last vote. There were a lot of qualifiers, and there's just supposed to be a straight vote, yes or no. I don't think that...
I'm sorry, one moment. I believe we're having technical issues because I'm not hearing it out of my speakers, and it's not carrying quite loud. Can I get the honourable member to repeat that? And hopefully we'll get that straightened out.
Okay.
Try again.
Go ahead. Mr. Speaker, during this last... qualifiers on the vote, and they need to be yes or no. So I would like to have a ruling on your part of whether that should be allowed, if this can continue. Oftentimes, a lot of members, clearly they're not allowed to make speeches or anything else other than a yes or no made clear in this House, and so I would like to have a ruling on that. Thank you.
Very good. One moment, please. I want to thank the honourable member for her intervention, and she's correct. Since the beginning, we have gone with asking the members to pronounce themselves in favour or against, not to debate it, not to give a long diatribe or any kind of speech on it, merely voting in favour or against. And I would hope that the honourable members in the next vote stand by those rules. Thank you. Are we going to orders of the day? Or? Okay, we're ready. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Amendments to Annexes 2, 8, and 9 of the Basel Convention on the Control of Transboundary Movements of Hazardous Wastes and their Disposal, adopted at Geneva on May 10th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and today I also have several petitions to present. The first one is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the treatment of Uyghurs in China. They are concerned that they're being put into internment camps or concentration camps, and they're looking for the Government of Canada to recognize this as a genocide and to use the Magnitsky Act in order to put sanctions on the actors involved in that. Mr. Speaker, the second petition that I'm presenting today is on gender selection. The Canadians that have signed this petition are concerned that this practice is happening right here in Canada and are calling for this House to pass legislation condemning that. Next petition I have to cover, Mr. Speaker, today is in defense of conscience rights. The people that have filed this petition, presented this petition, are concerned of to protect the conscience rights of physicians and healthcare institutions. They recognize that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects the freedom of conscience and the freedom of religion, and they also note that the Canadian Medical Association is in agreement with that as well. The next petition I have to present is from hundreds of Canadians from across Canada. They have signed this petition to create a national strategy on palliative care. This petition will ensure that all Canadians have access to high-quality palliative care, particularly in a time when we are expanding the legalization of euthanasia. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the last petition I have to present today is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about forced organ harvesting that happens in other places around the world, and they are asking for this place to pass bills that have been in previous parliaments presented, particularly Bill C-350, that would prevent Canadians from going abroad to purchase harvested organs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to present a petition brought forth from members of the Canadian Oromo community in Edmonton and people concerned with the current events in Ethiopia.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Yorkton-Melville.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm presenting two petitions today on behalf of Canadians calling upon the House of Commons to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex selection abortion. The rationale is that sex selection abortion is legal in Canada as there are no legal restrictions on abortion here. Sex selective abortion is antithetical to our commitment as Canadians to equality between men and women. And a poll shows that 84% of Canadians believe it should be illegal to have an abortion if the family does not want the child to be a certain sex. And the World Health Organization, United Nations Women, and United Nations Children Fund have identified equal sex ratios at birth as a growing problem in the world, and Canada's own healthcare professionals have recognized that sex-selective abortion is a growing problem in Canada. Thank you, Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a petition calling on the House of Commons to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of Corruption, Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, and sanctions those that are responsible for these heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition in the House. It's number 108-65859. And the petitioners refer to the findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to the urgency of moving to avoid exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius, pointing out that the disadvantaged peoples of the world, the most marginal, the poorest, are the ones who suffer the most. They ask the Government of Canada to direct our overseas development assistance in the area of climate change towards mitigation and adaptation, and particularly to pay attention to the impact on women around the world and direct funding towards gender-related programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Speaker, I'm happy to present a petition today, number 108-36641. This petition is from young people across my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and the neighboring riding of Kootenay-Columbia. They are extremely concerned about the accelerating impacts of climate change and wonder whether they will be able to thrive in an uncertain future. They point out that Canada's climate targets are completely insufficient in keeping global warming below 2 degrees, and they call for meaningful legislated climate targets, an effective carbon tax, and redirecting fossil fuel subsidies into jobs and training for renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, and low-carbon transportation. Thank you.
I want to remind the honourable members who are in the chamber to bring their petitions to the table. The honourable member for presenting petitions, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to petition or to table today petition number 2426. This petition calls upon the Minister of Justice to amend the definition of Section 752 of the Canadian Criminal Code that deals with serious personal injury offence, to include wording that identifies sexual interference when considering dangerous offenders designations.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present e-petition 2729. This was brought forward by people who suffer from environmental sensitivities, which affect approximately 3% of Canadians. The petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to create an international classification of disease designation code in Canada for environmental sensitivities so that those affected may have access to medical care. They want to include environmental sensitivities as a disability that must be accommodated on all relevant documents and forms in governmental departments and organizations that minister social assistance, housing, medical, and other public services. And they want to ensure that all indoor public spaces are declared scent and fragrance free. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Before continuing, I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 43 minutes. L'honorable député, the honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government acknowledges that the medical assistance in dying is a complex and deeply personal issue. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for his extremely hard work in regards to this bill. Our government have respected the court's decision and have made more than the necessary changes in the legislation. Mr. Speaker, the conversation of the death can be an extremely difficult one in our society. We understand and acknowledge the deep feelings and emotions that arise when the loved one is suffering intolerably from an illness, disease, or disability. To discuss a fundamentally moral issue such as the one, the need to consult with our people was the necessary decision. Over 300,000 Canadians from all over the great nation and from different cultures, races, creeds, and the backgrounds, we were directly involved in the January 2020 public consultation process. Not only were these consultations were vital, but it was a strong call to all Parliament of how important this issue is for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the Minister, along with the several other distinguished members, held roundtable discussions across Canada with over 125 experts and stakeholders. Furthermore, we have asked for the special extension to allow a fruitful and thoughtful Parliament debate on this topic. The debates that we as parliamentarians have had on medical assistant dying since 2015 have been filled with emotion and passion, as a debate should be in this House. I'm very pleased today to be part of this very important debate. Mr. Speaker, I believe that one of the great challenges about being a parliamentarian is not only having to reflecting on our own moral constitutions and careful examining legislations such as the one before us today, but it also asks us to make decisions that fundamentally address Canadians' ever-changing moral landscape. Today I speak in support of this bill. I believe strongly in the individual's right to die with dignity and respect. The issue of bodily integrity and an individual's right to autonomy must be protected at all costs. As many of my other honorable parliament colleagues have noted in the debate, there are currently many Canadians who are suffering intolerably. The sad reality of the death is that the only way to ease such suffering in number of these cases. I would, however, like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and quote the wise words of a critical care and palliative staff physician at the Toronto General Hospital, James Donver. He states, and I quote, "I think it's important to recognize that there are types of sufferings that we do not have the ability to treat. There are dying patients who have a very low quality of life from their perspective, and sometimes only death would end their sufferings." End quote. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, we also acknowledge the concerns about increased risk where the medical assistance in dying is provided to persons who are not dying in the short term. That's why we have proposed additional safeguards to ensure that sufficient time and expertise are devoted to exploring requests for persons whose natural death is not foreseeable. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, medical assistance in dying is an extremely difficult topic. However, in consultation with our experts, the Canadian community and the more specifically those individuals who are suffering from intolerable conditions, diseases, and disabilities, their right to die in dignity and respect, as outlined in Bill C-7, must be protected at all costs. I look forward to engaging with honorable members further to this very important topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just thank the honourable member for his question or his speech. I really appreciate his intervention here. I would note that the House Leader from the other side, Deputy House Leader from the other side, wasn't in his seat. So or maybe I can't even say that, but I was relying on him to maintain the comments and questions today, and so I've jumped up here. Really appreciate the speech. I'm just wondering a little bit about is he not concerned about conscience rights for individuals and for organizations that provide care, end-of-life care? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre. The honourable member for Brampton Centre, you may want to unmute your.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks the honourable member colleague for the great question. Our law acknowledges the conscious right of health care provided, the role they may play in providing medical assistance in dying. The amendment proposed in the Bill C7 do many changes to this effect. Our government will remain committed to working with the provinces and territories to support access to the medical assistance in dying, while respecting the personal conviction of healthcare providers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This is an extremely important piece of legislation, and it's very delicate. It raises many delicate questions. But currently, there are people who are waiting for the federal government to pass legislation that can move this file forward. So, I would like to ask my colleague, does he not find that the 5 weeks where the government prorogued the House could have been used to vote on this bill and move the file forward for those who are currently waiting for us to take action?
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for a very good question by the member. I acknowledge what member want to say is a very this legislation is very urgent. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the medical system dying is a very complex and deeply personal issue, as the member has already told. The sad reality is that death is the only way, such as suffering for many persons. But let me tell that we have tried our best by consultation, by way of consultation, all over the Canada, through different cultures, races, and the backgrounds, were directly involved in the January 2020 public consultation process. Mr. Speaker, additionally, Minister, along with the several other distinguished members, held roundtable discussions across the Canada with over under 25 experts and stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, a 30-second question, hopefully a 30-second answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to see the member from Brampton Centre standing up and speaking on this. I wonder if you would agree with me, though, that there's a task we've left undone here, and that is the original legislation required a review of the broader issues around medical assistance in dying, and that review has yet to start. So I put a question on the or a motion on the order paper suggesting that committee be established without delay. Would the members support setting up such a broader review?
Honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the member, my colleague, asking the question. And this issue, which is we are today in hand in the Parliament, is a very delicate issue, as everybody knows this one, and it needs to be discussed at the length, so that people, everybody, those who are listening to these debates and those who are in here in the Parliament deliberating this one are taking the exact deep steps to resolve all the issues, whichever, so that we can bring a better litigation, better legislation in front of us. for the public. Thank you very much, Mr.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to outline the proposed amendments to the federal legislation on assisted dying. This bill responds to the Superior Court of Quebec's ruling last year in Truchon by removing the requirement that a person's natural death be reasonably foreseeable in order to be eligible for medical assistance in dying. The proposed amendments were developed with the goal of supporting autonomy and the choice for those Canadians with non-terminal conditions who are suffering intolerably while addressing potential risks associated with expanded eligibility for medically assisted death. Our government consulted widely on this issue. We examined the evidence submitted before the court. We looked at domestic and international research. We compared our experience to other assisted dying regimes from around the world. We consulted with constituents, including 300,000 individuals who took part in our online public consultation. And we asked healthcare professionals about their practical experience with MAID over the past few years. This bill reflects some important changes based on what we heard. In light of the need to respect autonomy of Canadians seeking MAID while providing protections for vulnerable people, the bill proposes the application of a two-track system of safeguards. While the bill no longer uses reasonably foreseeable natural death as a basis for determining eligibility, it does use it as a basis for determining whether or not to apply a more rigorous set of safeguards. If a person's death is reasonably foreseeable, a set of safeguards akin to the existing regime applies. But some of the original safeguards have been eased in light of the feedback we received. For example, there was overwhelming support for changing the witness requirement from 2 witnesses to 1. Providers consistently reported that finding 2 independent witnesses posed a barrier to those seeking MAID, especially for anyone living in a care home with limited social network. The sole purpose of the witness is to confirm that a person seeking MAID has signed the request themselves. To be clear, the witness has no role in confirming whether or not the request was made voluntarily, nor does the witness have any role in assessing whether or not the person's condition makes them eligible for MAID. Rather, it is the MAID provider who undertakes the eligibility assessment and ensures that that person requesting MAID is making their request freely and not in response to external pressures. The proposed bill responds to these concerns and eases this requirement to 1 witness. It also allows for a witness to be someone who is paid to provide personal support or healthcare services. Anyone who is in the position to benefit in any way from the person's death, as a beneficiary to a will or in any other material way, would not qualify as an independent witness. Healthcare providers and the families of people who receive MAID also told us that the mandatory 10-day wait period often results in prolonged suffering for individuals who had already put careful and extensive thought into their decision. As a result, the proposed bill removes this requirement. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address how this bill protects Canadians while satisfying the requirement from the Truchon ruling to eliminate the reasonable foreseeability of natural death clause. On this issue, we received feedback from practitioners and stakeholders who expressed concern that people who are suffering, but not at the end of life, could make decisions about MAID that are not fully informed with respect to all available treatments and supports. On this very sensitive subject, I consulted with my own constituents in Mississauga, Streetsville. I found one of the strongest proponents of these MAID reforms in Mr. Paul Irwin, who suffers from Parkinson's disease. Although this horrible affliction is slowly robbing Mr. Irwin of his neurological functions, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that his mind remains razor sharp. Mr. Irwin has explored all available treatments and supports, and he has consulted a wide range of medical professionals. There is no doubt in Mr. Irwin's mind that he would like to control when and how he passes as a recipient of MAID. It is not a decision that individuals in Mr. Irwin's circumstance take lightly or without having weighed all alternatives. I applaud Mr. Irwin's courage. In order to afford individuals like Mr. Irwin the dignity that they deserve, we have added safeguards in lieu of foreseeable natural death, which will apply only to requests where a person's death is not reasonably foreseeable. These strengthened safeguards are designed to support informed decision-making and the consistent application of good medical practice. For example, the bill proposes a 90-day minimum assessment period to all for an exploration of all relevant aspects of the person's situation. We heard very clearly through the consultation process that Canadians are concerned about implementing a requirement for specialist consultations in assessments of MAID. We know that in some parts of the country, such as rural and remote communities, a consultation with a specialist can be harder to arrange. We do not want to create unnecessary barriers. This is why the bill proposes that for people whose death is not reasonably foreseeable, one of the assessments will be done by a provider with the expertise in the person's medical condition, but not necessarily a specialist. We recognize that many healthcare providers have special training and certification that qualifies them to assess a person's particular medical circumstances, even if they aren't specialists. The bill also proposes that the practitioners and the patient would need to agree that reasonable options to relieve the patient's suffering had been seriously considered. This safeguard respects individuals' autonomy while at the same time underscoring the importance of a fully informed decision-making process. In addition, following the Turchon decision, some have expressed concerns that individuals suffering solely from a mental illness could receive MAID. For example, many clinicians argue that the trajectory of mental illness is harder to predict than that of physical diseases, rendering it impossible to determine when or if a mental illness can be considered irremediable, as required by MAID legislation. Another concern is the challenge of conducting capacity assessments, given that the symptoms of mental illnesses can affect a person's ability to understand and appreciate the nature and consequences of treatment decisions. In light of these important concerns, the wording of the bill precludes individuals suffering solely from a mental illness from accessing MAID. The decision to include this wording reflects the complexity of this problem and the need to fully consider the potential consequences of permitting MAID for individuals with a mental illness, to make sure vulnerable persons are not put at risk. We anticipate this issue would be further explored as part of the parliamentary review. Mr. Speaker, I now would like to turn my attention to the waiver of final consent. The current law includes a procedural safeguard that requires the practitioner to ensure the person gives their express consent immediately before providing MAID. This is often referred to as final consent and is significant for healthcare providers as it provides a final confirmation of the person's desire to proceed with MAID. This safeguard also prohibits MAID for individuals who have lost the capacity to provide final consent, regardless of how definitive they were about their intention when they had capacity, made their request and were deemed eligible. Unfortunately, the requirement for final consent had the unintended consequences of encouraging some individuals to receive MAID earlier than they would have liked, out of fear of losing capacity to consent prior to the preferred date. This was the situation faced by Audrey Parker. Ms. Parker was very clear about her desire to share one last Christmas with her family, but felt compelled to receive MAID almost 2 months earlier than anticipated in order to ensure she was still capable of providing final consent for the procedure. In a similar example that's a bit closer to home, my friend and legislative assistant recently lost his father. A MAID recipient, Edward Wallet Louis, passed away peacefully at home on September 23, 2020. Once doctors had diagnosed Edward with a rare complication of terminal cancer, he had little choice but to immediately initiate the MAID process, which had long been his expressed desire, for fear of losing the ability to final consent over the next few days. Andrew and his family had thus had a mere 24 hours to say their final goodbyes. Under the proposed amendments, individuals who have been found eligible to receive MAID and whose death is reasonably foreseeable, but who may be at risk of losing decision-making capacity, could waive the requirement to provide final consent before the procedure for families like Parker's and the Louis all across Canada, allowing MAID to proceed in the absence of the ability to provide final consent is, put simply, the right thing to do. As a further safeguard, in order to waive this requirement, an individual would need to have been assessed and approved for MAID and be or very close to the end of life, as proposed in the bill. the individual would provide written consent for their practitioner to administer MAID on a specified date. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments in the bill take into account the lessons we have learned through consultations and to respond to the immediate task of following up on the Turchon decision. With this revised legislative package, our government has gone a very long way to respect and support the autonomy of Canadians who wish to consider a medically assisted death while taking seriously our responsibilities to protect vulnerable people.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I do appreciate the words of my colleague. I have a question for him in regards to respecting the conscious rights of physicians across our nation. I understand that this is provincial jurisdiction, and yet the government does tend to express its views when it sees value in that, and they have committed to a national palliative care strategy. So for physicians, does he not see the need to allow them to have that right to make the determination whether they want to participate either directly or indirectly in MAID?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for the question. Physicians do have the ability to opt out. But I believe that in a country like Canada, which is among the best in the world, it's imperative that we also provide individuals with the best health care that Canadians really deserve. And I don't think that we can provide that in good conscience without providing a system like MAID. I'd even go as far as to say that it's a moral imperative that Canadians have this kind of health care available to them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to, I listened intently to the member's speech, and I'd just like to ask him about same-day death. This bill allows for same-day death. This was something that there was a definite waiting period, a waiting period that could have been waived in special circumstances, but now the bill is allowing for same-day death. I'm just wondering if the member is okay with the fact that in some cases, well, in most cases, this would allow for somebody to be being euthanized and having that happen on the same day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. Depending on the track that's provided, there have been safeguards put in place so that the proper assessment can be done. So I don't think that based on our consultations and experts' advice that a same-day assessment would be adequate. But again, I leave that to those individuals that are best suited to provide that advice, and I would leave that with the medical practitioners to make that assessment.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great speech, by the way, from a member across the way. You mentioned rural Canada and the access to doctors, and certain doctors would review the 90-day circumstances, pre-consent. What happens if you cannot get access to that kind of doctor to prescribe on that particular disease on pre-consent? Is there any kind of leeway or is there any kind of language in the bill about that?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you for the question. That's certainly something that can also be brought up during the parliamentary review. But what I was really referring to for those individuals that lived in remote areas was the number of witnesses required before your previous consent, which has been reduced to one because of perhaps a smaller social circle or just not having as many individuals there as well. But what you brought up can certainly be reviewed and should be.
I want to remind the honourable members to speak through the chair and not directly to each other. I know it's very quaint and it's working well. But, questions and comments? We have time for about a 30-second question, hopefully a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
It's not often this happens, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much. I just would like to ask the honourable member about, is he not concerned about the two classes of Canadians that we're building with this? One, if you do not have an underlying condition and are suffering from mental illness, you are then available for all the suicide prevention tools of this country. But if you have an underlying illness, you are not. Is he not concerned that this bill is creating two classes of citizens? Thanks.
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Speaker, it's just I'm so glad to see my colleagues' faces. I'm so used to them wearing the COVID mask. It's nice to look right at them. I don't think this bill creates two classes of citizens. It does create two streams that make made available to them, as it should, because the circumstances are very different. So I don't think it creates two classes of citizens, but I think it rightly creates two different streams, which makes it available to them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak to Bill C-7, which proposes to remove safeguards contained in the existing criminal code provisions for medical assistance in dying, as well as to expand eligibility. This is a grave matter, one that should not be treated lightly. Its impacts will be significant, most especially for vulnerable Canadians. It is important that we get this right. Now, before I get into the substantive issues contained in this bill, I would like to add my voice to those who previously urged the Minister of Justice to appeal the Superior Quebec Court's ruling to the Supreme Court. 1 month after the Quebec Superior Court decision, 72 organizations who help Canadians with disabilities wrote to the minister calling on him to appeal the decision. Less than a week later, 300 physicians signed a similar letter. Since then, many others have voiced their concerns as well. Mr. Speaker, referring to the Supreme Court would have been the more prudent course of action, as it would have provided Parliament with a framework within which it could legislate. Alas, those many voices, as well as those of my Conservative colleagues in the House, went unheeded. Further, Mr. Speaker, when Parliament passed Bill C-14 in 2016, the legislation required a parliamentary review of its provisions to commence at the start of the 5th year following royal assent. That review, which was to also include a study of the state of palliative care in Canada, could have taken place this past summer, but instead, this government opted to shut down Parliament. That, Mr. Speaker, was time squandered. There was much wisdom in including a mandatory review when Bill C-14 was adopted. Now, instead of giving this matter the thorough attention benefiting its gravity, parliamentarians are being asked to rush legislation through to meet the judicial deadline of December 18th, unless, of course, a third extension is sought and granted. We call that putting the cart before the horse. It is therefore vital, in the short time that we have to review these changes to the made clauses in the Criminal Code, that we hear from as many Canadians as possible, from all walks of life, and especially those likely to be most impacted by any expansion of the current laws. The two most troubling changes to the existing law are the repeal of the provision that requires a person's natural death be reasonably foreseeable. It is to be replaced with the term grievous and irremediable. The other is the elimination of the clause requiring a 10-day waiting period between when MAID is requested and when it can be administered. These changes need careful study. What will the unintended consequences be? Moving forward, the priority of the Conservative Party is ensuring this type of legislation includes safeguards for the most vulnerable in our society, as well as the conscious rights of physicians and all other healthcare professionals. One concern in that regard is ensuring adequate safeguards to protect those who may not have the ability to consent. Many of those involved in the care and advocacy for citizens with disability are sounding the alarm. We would be well advised to heed them. I would like to quote from the letter from the 72 advocacy groups written to the Minister of Justice just last fall. They were among those who urged the minister to appeal the Quebec Superior Court's decision in Truncheon-Gladue. In their words, when the original medical assistance in dying legislation was debated in Parliament, there was a clear understanding that MAID must have limits, that individual rights must be balanced with protections not only for the most vulnerable citizens, but for society as well. One of the most important foundations of our Canadian identity is that we are a caring, compassionate country. We place a high premium on being inclusive and tolerant while working hard toward the accommodation and integration of minority members of our communities. And yet, if the Quebec decision is allowed to stand, or as it stands now codified into law, we will be in serious danger of losing this fundamental element of our Canadian identity. Our neighbours and our loved ones living with disabilities already continually experience the devaluation of their lives. They are frequently told, often bluntly, that they would be better off dead. The letter goes on to make the point that the unintended consequences will be to, quote, erode provincial health responsibilities for expert clinical care and social support of citizens who are fragile. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial that adequate safeguards are included in Bill C7, and that will be one of my highest priorities. Another concern worth heeding is the removal of the end-of-life criterion. As the Council of Canadians with Disabilities stated in their October 2000 letter to the Minister of Justice, and I quote, without the equalizing effect of the end-of-life criterion, which guarantees that the common thread between all persons who access an assisted death in Canada is that they are all dying. With the proposed changes, persons with disabilities will be able to gain access ultimately because they are disabled. A worse stereotype couldn't be institutionalized in law. That disability-related suffering, largely caused by lack of support and inequality, justifies the termination of a person's life. Mr. Speaker, I now want to take some time to address the need for palliative care in Canada and the importance of such end-of-life care. As mentioned previously, a study of palliative care was to be included in the mandated parliamentary review. This should have happened before Parliament took action to expand the current criminal code provisions. Again, I would like to turn to the experts on this, the doctors and other healthcare professionals who provide end-of-life care and face these life and death decisions each and every day. The Canadian Society of Palliative Care Physicians strongly advocates for the prioritization of adequate investment in and enhancement of palliative care services. Without access to high-quality palliative care, some patients who are suffering may feel that MAID is their only option because their suffering has been inadequately addressed, or they perceive that their families or social supports must carry an excessive burden. Data regarding availability, access, quality, and types of palliative care, for example, special palliative care, are essential not only for those requesting or receiving MAID, but in general, in order to better inform areas for improvement. Palliative care should remain distinct from MAID to ensure clarity and to avoid risk of confusion and the potential for people to refuse palliative care services because they may confuse it with MAID. During my own consult on Bill C7, the doctors I have spoken to have stressed that palliative care is more than providing access to morphine, and the public need to be educated on that. As well, concern was expressed that elder abuse and financial motives, such as inheritance, are contributing to an abuse of MAID. Another concern is the temptation to save health care dollars with MAID. It is easy to conclude that MAID is more cost-effective than continuing care. This raises ethical questions about its potential overuse, particularly as the previous safeguards are being lifted. These are all serious concerns. I look forward to hearing what these doctors and health professionals on the front lines recommend as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to make a brief comment about the need for the conscious protection for physicians. Doctors are concerned that they will be forced to administer MAID. I have been advised that the Ontario College of Physicians has created a policy that doctors have to arrange a referral. Some doctors have confided in me that they are considering leaving their professions over this. Suffice to say that physicians should have their freedom of conscience protected, and that fundamental freedom needs to be codified in law, as has been done in Australia. In closing, I urge this House to take our responsibility to review this legislation seriously and to do as thorough a job as possible, keeping utmost in mind those most affected by the decisions that we make. As those 300 physicians said in their letter to the Minister of Justice, for all patients who seek an assisted death, we must first ask if they have access to adequate and funded social and living supports, as well as exemplary health care and symptom management, in order to assure that they are not seeking an assisted death. Mr. Speaker, I think we can and must do better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in good part, I disagree with the member's assessment, Mr. Speaker, with respect to that we need to appeal it to the Supreme Court of Canada, or somehow a lot of the discussion around the bill hasn't occurred. We have been discussing this virtually since the 2015 federal election, and it has had all sorts of committees, direct and indirect input. In fact, even this year, over 300,000 people participated through providing input. There's been an enormous amount of consultation, and a lot of that consultation never ended after we first passed the legislation. And I think that what we see before us is some changes that were learned from, whether it's a court order or it's just from what Canadians have been saying for the last while now. And does the member not agree that it's time, at the very least, to allow it to go to committee, where we could get that further additional feedback on some of the specifics that have been raised here in second reading?
The honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable member, and thank you very much for the question. I guess I'd say two things. The first thing I would say is, if the government didn't prorogue Parliament, we'd have had a whole summer to have more of these discussions. The second thing I would say is, much more discussion needs to happen, and I'll tell you exactly why, Mr. Speaker. On just this past Friday, I spoke to two doctors via Zoom, and they're the ones that told me specifically 4 points. Number one, they're considering leaving the profession. We cannot afford to lose any more physicians. They were taught to save lives, not to take them away. What a powerful statement. They told me that 800 physicians have signed a new letter denouncing them from being forced to refer a patient to another doctor to get made, and more would sign that letter, but they're afraid that the hospitals will literally blackball them, and they are in fear of losing hospital privileges. Much more discussion, Mr. Speaker, has to happen over this, and it definitely will be going to committee. I look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Matisse Matane Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. He spoke about December 18th, the deadline, and the fear that we're going too fast. On the contrary, I think the government has asked for enough extensions to the courts. Does he not agree with me that a reasonable, predictable death is too restrictive, and that we have to stop setting aside the dignity of young people and those who are so ill? It has to be sent to committee and passed in order to respond to the Quebec Superior Court judgment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my honourable member, thank you very much for the question. Yes, as I just mentioned earlier, definitely more discussion needs to happen at committee, no doubt. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'll continue to go back to our parents and our doctors and our clergy. More discussion has to happen around that as well, because I'm really concerned about the victimizing of them. For them to not be able to speak their conscience, to be forced to not discuss life and death I find it to be a real issue. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, the doctors don't lie. The doctors told me Friday the shortcomings in this bill, and that's why I'm looking forward to get C7 to committee and fix it and amend it as required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for about a 25-second question and a 25-second answer. Questions and comments. The honourable member for, it must be late in the day, in Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Essex. You had mentioned palliative care, and I wanted to ask you, especially at a time right now where families are separated, due to COVID-19, and people are feeling isolated. We see palliative care as an important part of the healthcare service, and it's not readily available to everyone. So I'm wondering if you can maybe just expand on that.
The honourable member for Essex in 25 seconds or less, and I just want to remind the honourable members, even though we are close and it's very intimate, but please place your questions through the chair. Thank you. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my honourable member, thank you for the question. I guess because I've only got 25 seconds, I will say this. Palliative care is very near and dear to my heart. They did a wonderful job when my meme had brain cancer, and kept her incredibly comfortable. But I will tell you that the discussion within our family wasn't about how to end her life. It was how to make it more comfortable and last a little bit longer. So by all means, the palliative care is vital. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order à l'ordre, conformément à la...
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of the adjournment are as follows.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country, rail transportation. And the honourable member for Mission Metsky Fraser Canyon, health. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before getting into the details of the proposed legislation in front of us, I first want to make sure that here in this House we will avoid a common misunderstanding that seems to come up whenever people strongly disagree about assisted suicide or related issues. Quite often someone in favor of allowing assisted suicide or removing safeguards will express compassion and empathy for those who are suffering. In saying this, I am not questioning their feelings or their sincerity. Nobody wants to suffer or watch their loved ones go through terrible pain. What I am saying here for everyone's benefit is that those who are opposed to it or who want to support safeguards have a deep sense of compassion and empathy for those same people who are suffering too. In other words, our human feelings of compassion by themselves do not automatically lead to one position or another. Along with my wife, we have watched 4 grandparents pass away, and at present we have another one who is currently living in palliative care. Each time that I have witnessed and cared for family members as they go through difficult health problems, it reminds me about the importance of always affirming a dying person's dignity while living out the last part of their life. For the past year, we have had widespread awareness and concern for how the spread of COVID-19 could devastate seniors and others who are more vulnerable due to medical conditions. For the most part, these are the same people who are at risk and would be even more so under this new law. Along with everything else we could learn from 2020, I hope that we can improve our medical practices and strengthen safeguards for the most vulnerable in every area, including this one. As we continue to debate Bill C7, it is important for all of us to take a moment and carefully consider its wider impact and unintended consequences. If passed, the new law will significantly expand the number of Canadians who would be eligible for assisted suicide. Whether you agree with these changes or not, it is clear that they are major and fundamental. It was only a few years ago that Parliament passed Bill C14, which created the legal framework for what it calls medical assistance in dying. Previously, the Criminal Code had considered it a serious crime either to kill or to participate in a patient's suicide. While amending the section on culpable homicide and defining eligibility, it presented MAID as a narrow exception. At the time, the former Justice Minister, with the same sense of transparency for which he later fell out of favor with the Liberal government, publicly stated, and I quote, "We recognize that medical assistance in dying will in many respects fundamentally change our medical culture and our society," end quote. It was true for what happened back then, and now we are adding some more major changes before the last ones were ever properly reviewed. There was supposed to be an official review of the MAID system, but that hasn't happened. Without having a thorough and careful review, we are supposed to proceed with Bill C7 anyway. And so far, in the current session, We have started debating this bill for part of only 4 days. I hope that there will be much more time than this for considering this bill at every stage, especially when it is studied by the Justice Committee. There is so much that should be said, and the amount of time we all have to work with here is too limited. I share the deep concern of many Canadians who recognize that this bill undermines our country's commitment to uphold and protect the equal value of each human life. More particularly, there needs to be even more attention given to how assisted suicide, especially in the way that this bill handles it, affects the lives and social well-being of people with disabilities. Over the past year, the idea of systemic discrimination has come to the forefront of our public discourse in Canada, the U.S., and around the world. To help us better reflect on how it could relate to this discussion, we can look to the work of Dr. Laverne Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs is a law professor at the University of Windsor. She has approached the issue with her legal expertise and speaks from her experience as a Black woman living with disabilities in Canada. As part of a longer presentation about MAID back in January, she compared and related the experiences of minority communities. She said, quote, "What's particularly troubling about any system or any structure of systemic discrimination is that once ideas that are harmful to a minority group have been legislated into law, it is very difficult to convince the general public that they are not stigma-inducing or ultimately discriminatory. So in both cases, in both the case of racial inequality in the U.S. and the case of MAID here in Canada, we're dealing with the stigmatization of a historically disadvantaged group," unquote. In an article on the same subject of MAID, she also writes, and once again I will quote, "More explicitly, while the MAID law indeed requires consent, these irreversible choices about ending a life are made in a complex social, cultural, and healthcare context, where lack of access to adequate care, lack of social support, and overall ableist stigma have an impact on the choices people with disabilities may have." In the same article, she also says, "There are also concerns fueled by developments in the few countries that provide access to MAID outside the end-of-life context, that being elderly and fragile is increasingly accepted as a reason for physician-assisted death, and that this may create subtle pressure," unquote. This is a small sample of her work, and Parliament would do well to take a closer look at the rest of her comments. Law, especially one of this nature, directs and shapes people's actions and attitudes. We cannot say that people with disabilities and other vulnerable populations have not told us and explained how this bill will inevitably hurt them. Many other advocates and members of the disabilities community have been speaking out with similar fears. But they weren't heard when they called for the government to appeal the Quebec Superior Court ruling. They have also been ignored when it comes to the problems in Bill C-7. Bill C-7 has to do with life and death, which are ultimate realities. It is reasonable to expect that altering the way our institutions and culture approach the most consequential matters will have wide-ranging effects across all of society. It is hard, if not impossible, to imagine where we will end up if we follow this path. For my remaining time, I want to highlight some of these problems. Most notably, C-7 removes a reasonably foreseeable natural death criterion, which is very concerning to me. I'm concerned that removing it will normalize suicide over time. Without appealing the decision, the government is going beyond what the Quebec Superior Court ruled. As one example, the government wants to allow for advance directives. As I said before, there has been no thorough review of MAID as it currently operates. While proposing to add advance directives, I am also not aware of any specific study about the risks and problems associated with such a process. That should happen well before we ever consider enacting it. Advance requests raise difficult questions. For example, I have to wonder, could someone consent in advance to be killed once they reach a state they fear but have never experienced, like living with advanced dementia? Further, once someone has signed an advance request and lost the capacity to consent to medical treatment, at what point exactly would their life be terminated? More alarming to me is, if a non-capable person seems to resist a lethal injection, can the physician still proceed with the injection if the physician believes that the resistance is not due to any understanding on the patient's part that the injection will kill him? Bill C-7 states that apparent resistance means a doctor must not proceed, but clarifies that involuntary responses to contact is not resistance, which raises another question. How does a doctor determine if the response to contact is involuntary? Given that advance requests raise serious ethical issues, oversight challenges, and safety risks, Legalizing advance directives in the way that Bill C-7 would is irresponsible. This is the position we are left with when we are not trying to create effective accountability mechanisms and when we have insufficient data. Mr. Speaker, I'm also troubled that Bill C-7 would remove the 10-day waiting period. Frankly, I find this disturbing. A 10-day waiting period in Bill C-14 already had a built-in exemption for those whose death or loss of capacity to consent was imminent, and as such, I cannot understand why the removal of this waiting period is necessary or prudent. On the contrary, I find it negligent. Mr. Speaker, it is well established that the desire to die is often transient. Suffering individuals have ups and downs throughout the day, throughout the week, and throughout the year. No one should be able to make a death or life decision when in their most vulnerable point. The 10-day waiting period effectively allows a patient to reconsider their decision and take the time to speak with loved ones. This is critical. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to add that I believe the bill should add a provision that prohibits medical practitioners from discussing MAID unless the patient explicitly asks. We must not underestimate the power of pressure and suggestion, no matter how subtle, especially when it is combined with social stigma, as I mentioned before. Journalist Ben Matlin, who suffers from spinal muscular atrophy, writes in the New York Times, quote, "I've lived so close to death for so long that I know how thin and porous the border between coercion and free choice is, how easy it is for someone to inadvertently influence you to feel devalued and hopeless, to pressure you ever so slightly, but decidedly into being reasonable, to unburdening others, to letting go. Perhaps, as advocates contend, you can't understand why anyone would push for assisted suicide legislation until you've seen a loved one suffer. But you also can't truly conceive of the many subtle forces, invariably well-meaning, kind-hearted, even gentle, yet as persuasive as a tsunami, that emerge when your physical autonomy is hopelessly compromised." Unquote. Despite Matlin's significant physical disability, he is a father, a husband, an author, and journalist. He has a successful life and knows what he wants. He is less vulnerable than others who might be more easily persuaded that MAID is their best option. In this way, involuntary MAID is the start of a slippery slope that leads to involuntary MAID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, all lives are important and of equal importance. And I listened to the member across the way, and I think that he's ruling out what I believe a vast majority of Canadians want. And I can recall the debates that we had back in 2016 where we were talking about it, in essence, for really the first time in a very tangible way on the floor of the House of Commons. And through that debate, we ultimately saw good legislation. But everyone, I believe, back then realized that there would be a necessity for change. There have been ongoing discussions. There have been all sorts of consultations that have taken place at a multitude of different levels. And before us today, I think we have something that will make the legislation better overall. And I think that the member will be afforded an opportunity possibly to hear more feedback or provide more feedback. Does he have specific amendments that he would like to see in the legislation today?
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I would thank him for his assertion. I think one thing that we need to remember is while we are debating this, what I am hearing from people is they want to see stronger mental health supports and stronger palliative care supports. And I think that it's incumbent upon us to take those requests seriously, because ultimately I think if we were to address mental health and social issues more seriously, if we were to address palliative care more seriously, then less people would feel that this is their last resort. As far as specific amendments go, I think, again, we need to look at these provisions, such as the 10-day piece that is being removed, as needing to stay in the legislation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the honourable member bringing up the nuances and particularly calling out potentials for ableism and the agency of patients. And one of the challenges created by the current medical assistance in dying legislation is a requirement for final consent at the time the assistance is rendered. This forces those who have already been assessed and approved for medical assistance in dying to make the cruel choice when faced with a possible loss of competence that would make them unable to give consent. They are forced to go earlier or risk not being able to receive the assistance they need to avoid being able to live with intolerable suffering. Audrey Parker campaigned to make Canadians aware and C7 would fix this by creating a waiver of final consent. Does the honourable Conservative member support Audrey's amendment in helping those facing the end of life to avoid this cruel choice?
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I want to thank the honourable member for his question through you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to reiterate that I think ultimately the review period that more or less was skipped has prevented everybody from having the opportunity to hear more and to learn more about different perspectives and about different issues that people like Audrey have with this bill. I think the more that we can learn before we're forced into legislating on this is better. And unfortunately, whether through prorogation or other means, we've been asked to skip these very important aspects, such as consultations and review processes that are so vitally important when we are dealing with issues such as medical assistance in dying.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We have time for very brief questions. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the topic and talking about it today and speaking to that. As a son of two elderly Canadians, my dad is 86 and my mom is 76, I'm very concerned about the access to health care for our seniors and being put into a position where they're having to make a decision between care and maybe ending their lives as a result of this pressure. That concerns me deeply, as it concerns many Canadians across the country. Does this new legislation adequately protect those individuals in Canada?
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, the way that I see it, no, I don't think so, because it's allowing and it's opening the door for those subtle suggestions that, quite honestly, when a person is kind of in a tough state, that it might be seen as a lot of overt pressure, and they might be willing to take on advice like that, even though they maybe don't want to because of the pressure that is on them. And I think it's important that we need to consider those protections on this piece of legislation. And again, we need to ensure that we are focusing on high quality palliative care going forward.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm speaking in opposition to Bill C7, an act to amend the criminal code regarding medical assistance in dying. I'm also rising to raise the alarm and call on this government to put an immediate halt to medical assistance in dying in Canada's prisons until a full investigation and legislative amendments can take place. Mr. Speaker, I believe as a Conservative that my role is to be someone who stands athwart history yelling stop at a time when no one else is inclined to do so. History has shown us the consequences when people do not speak up in opposition to issues that may even seem overwhelmingly popular at the time. And today is one such case where years from now, we may look back at these debates and wonder how we could push forward with such radical legislation and changes to our societal values. That is why I'm speaking out today, despite the consensus that appears to reign in this House that medical assistance in dying on demand is the way to go. And with that, I'll get into my comments. Dr. Ivan Zinger, the head of the Office of the Correctional Investigators, has released a deeply disturbing report this past June. I presume the government has had access to this report for months, but it was just tabled yesterday in the House of Commons. The correctional investigator raises some serious allegations, citing 3 cases of prisoners undergoing medical assistance in dying that raise, quote, fundamental questions of consent, choice, and dignity, unquote. His office also found serious omissions, inaccuracies, and misapplications of the law and policies surrounding medical assistance in dying. In one case, a prisoner who was terminally ill, serving a non-violent 2-year sentence, was denied parole and any opportunity to serve out his remaining days in the community. The inmate wished to explore the possibility of a compassionate parole, but being denied the opportunity to do so, sought an assisted death. Before receiving his assisted death, the prisoner repeatedly sought an opportunity to seek out an alternative to MAID in prison and he was repeatedly denied the opportunity to do so. Therefore, he was left with what he felt was no choice but to seek out medical assistance in dying, and he was later granted that. This raises important questions on whether the government is adequately supporting Canadians, including Canadian prisoners, who are facing difficult end-of-life decisions, especially decisions where the power imbalance is so huge. In another case, a prisoner, in this case a dangerous offender, with a terminal illness, who was suicidal and suffering from mental illness, also received an assisted death. When prisoners are in a hopeless situation and disempowered, it's no surprise that they would seek an assisted death. In this case, Dr. Zinger pointed out that, quote, the decision to extend medical assistance in dying to federally sentenced individuals was made without adequate deliberation by the legislature, end quote. He's talking about us. He also claims that there is no oversight mechanism in the Canadian correctional services to ensure accountability or transparency for medical assistance in dying deaths in correctional institutions. Given that the above cases were restricted to those with terminal illnesses who qualified under the previous reasonably foreseeable death requirements, I find it very concerning that the government is removing this requirement without first acknowledging and investigating the serious concerns and allegations of the corrections investigator, who is actually calling for an absolute moratorium on all medical assistance in dying procedures in Canada's correctional institutions. Until such a time as we can craft legislation that protects the lives of vulnerable prisoners who are clearly making a choice under a situation of severe duress, we should clearly consider holding off or at least placing a moratorium on medical assistance in dying in Canada's prisons. This brings me to my next concern with this legislation, the need to protect the lives of vulnerable people like the disabled, the elderly, and the mentally ill. When this legislation was originally considered a few years ago, Canadians were assured by this government that the legislation would protect the vulnerable. Restrictions that were put in were meant to protect people from being unduly coerced into making a decision to seek MAID. They also exist to encourage people to seek out alternatives before seeking an assisted death. And I think everyone can sympathize with somebody nearing the end of their lives who is in intolerable pain seeking out an assisted death. But what Canadians did not expect 4 years ago was that today the government would be expanding this legislation to allow those who are not terminally ill or near death to qualify. This raises important concerns for disabled people and those with mental illnesses, because many of them are not close to death and will now be eligible to seek an assisted death. Now, the government has sort of washed their hands of responsibility for restrictions, and they've left it up to individuals to make this choice for themselves. And choice has been enshrined as the overriding principle of medical assistance in dying legislation, while little or no concern is being given to the factors that can go into those choices. Similar to the cases above that I cited in our prisons, many elderly, disabled, or mentally ill Canadians have been isolated for many months from loved ones in Canada's troubled long-term care centres. I wonder how many decisions to access MAID would not have otherwise been made had the situation in long-term care been addressed, or how many decisions to access MAID would have been made if Canada had an effective system of palliative care centres for people to live out the remaining days of their life in comfort and peace. We know from the government's own annual reporting that there is a significant number, and I say that one is even too many, of Canadians that did not have access to palliative care who received an assisted death. No Canadian should be forced to choose an assisted death without the opportunity to access palliative care. The government's annual reporting also revealed that in 2019 alone, 87 Canadians with disabilities received medical assistance in dying, but were denied access to critical disability support services. That is simply unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Canadians with disabilities deserve better. I am concerned that every time we remove a protection on medical assistance in dying, that we are blurring the lines between an assisted death that is acceptable and constitutional and an assisted death that is not. And I don't believe, for many in this House, that there is a single assisted death case that would be unacceptable. And I challenge members to tell me what they think is unacceptable. The consensus among most parties in this House and most members seems to be that we need to affirm individual choices. And I think we can all recognize that no choice is made in a vacuum. They're made with a variety of factors, such as people's socioeconomic status, the quality of their life, their relations with family and friends, their mental state, their physical state, and the list goes on. And simply boiling down this argument to a matter of individual choice ignores the very real factors that can go into making someone make the decision to seek out medical assistance in dying. For example, do people feel that they're a burden on their family or society? Do they feel that there is no alternative to the pain that they're feeling? Are there monetary reasons at play? A recent article in Money Sense magazine was actually advising readers on how to maximize their pension and life insurance benefits if they chose to undergo medical assistance in dying. Now, where we have come in our public discourse in 4 short years is shocking to me. Given that I've outlined a number of factors in determining what factors could be behind someone's decision to seek out MAID, I would ask what provisions that the government is putting in place to ensure that people's lives are being affirmed and that they are receiving the support they deserve. The fact is that I believe the government is ignoring the very important role that social workers can play in these decisions. By limiting the decision for medical assistance in dying between a doctor and a patient, they're ignoring the fact that doctors are not always equipped to recognize situations where socioeconomic factors or other factors could be at play in the decision. And it could also, when they take away the requirement for 2 witnesses, I think it also creates a huge power imbalance where essentially only one person, the doctor and the patient, is making the decision here, and there's very little accountability. Finally, I want to raise the concerns of Dr. Leonie HoC, who is a chair at Queen's University and one of 750 doctors from across Canada who have urged the government to stop this legislation. In her words, medical assistance in dying was intended to be a last resort when all other measures had failed and someone had irremediable suffering close to end of life. Bill C-7 makes death on demand available to anyone who wants it. It's a radical shift in medicine. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I call on the government to heed the concerns of the 750 doctors, as well as the report from the corrections investigator, and immediately move to place new restrictions and protections on medical assistance in dying to ensure that vulnerable people are protected. We have a responsibility. Every Canadian life matters. We can't get this wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the member made reference to dying on demand, and I know that there have been a couple of Conservative members of Parliament that have used that sort of terminology. And I think that when we do that, we undervalue the immense contributions at a very difficult time in a person's life of those people around them. And I'm talking about medical doctors, social workers, most importantly, family members, and others. And I think that there is an infrastructure that is there. There is no doubt, as some people have talked about, including myself, we need to look at palliative care, hospice care, and other ways in which we can ensure, a quality of life once it approaches us, Mr. Speaker. But I think that when members talk about dying on demand through this legislation, I think they do a disservice to those individuals that are there in those very precious moments of a person's life or ending of their life. And I wonder if he could just provide his thoughts about those advisors, or those in particular healthcare and social workers. That I've had experience on both occasions, both with my father and my grandmother, and I valued and appreciated the feedback that I had gotten from the healthcare professionals back then.
Honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I thank the member for his rather long question, and I'm glad he finally got to it at the end. But this isn't necessarily just the words of conservative members talking in this House. This is the words of Dr. Leonie HoC and 750 doctors who have raised the alarm with this government. This is a term that they're using. And the fact is that when the government removes restrictions on the number of witnesses that need to be involved, in some cases they're removing some people who have a reasonably foreseeable death can request a death and receive it in the same day. And when we're getting rid of these reflection periods, I think it seems to be that the goal of this policy is to ensure that as many people can access an assisted death as possible. And I think we need to be looking at this from the other perspective and say, how many people can we divert away from an assisted death through better palliative care, through better pain management, through better mental health supports? That's what we should be looking at, not looking at trying to speed up and increase the amount of people who are accessing medical assistance and dying.
Questions et commentaires. Comments, honorable député.
The honorable member for Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I appreciate the fact that he talked about institutions. But I heard him say that this bill was radical. And when I think of this bill, I think more about compassion. And I can't help but thinking of Ms. Gladue and Mr. Truchon, who brought their case all the way to the courts. And I wonder if he believes, like I do, that as legislators, we should do everything in our power to ensure that people suffering from degenerative diseases do not have to go to court to get medical assistance in dying.
Parkland.
Thank you. I thank the member for that question. I apologize that I can't answer in French, but I'm working on it. And I would say that we're all here because we care about vulnerable people and people who are sick and suffering. But it's important that we don't all just buy into this consensus, because I think when we all just get on the train and buy into the same consensus, we lose the opportunity to raise very important points. And that's what myself and a number of my colleagues are trying to do, is we're trying to point out the flaws in this legislation and the importance. And I would say it is radical, because just 5 or 6 short years ago, we didn't have legalized assisted dying in Canada. And here we are today, already passing our second piece of legislation. And nobody could have imagined 6 years ago that we would be allowing people without a terminal illness to receive an assisted death. And that's what we're debating today, is that basically anyone who has a grievous or irremediable condition, even if it's not terminal, should be allowed to receive a death. And that's essentially what I do think that is quite radical.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to be able to rise and speak in this House on Bill C7, an act to amend the criminal code regarding medical assistance in dying. Each and every time that I speak in this House, I am reminded that the opportunity has been entrusted in me by the citizens of the North Okanagan Shuswap, first in 2015 and again in 2019. It is roughly 5 years now since I arrived in this place for the first time, and I still remember the anticipation as I approached my work as a Member of Parliament. And I still carry great appreciation for the opportunity to serve the people of the North Okanagan Shuswap, and indeed all Canadians. Each and every member of this House has been entrusted by the constituents to represent all constituents, and this is a responsibility that I hope all members keep as a guiding principle as we undertake our work. I don't think anyone could be fully prepared for what the role of being an MP entails and the unexpected situations that arise. But I will say that I came here with an open mind, eager to listen, and committed to doing my very best to represent the constituents of the North Okanagan Shuswap. Shortly after the 2015 election, Bill C-14, Medical Assistance in Dying, was introduced to the 42nd Parliament. In fairly short order, C-14 was debated and passed. As members will recall, C-14 was passed in response to the Supreme Court decision which ruled that adults with grievous and irremediable medical conditions are entitled to physician-assisted suicide, as it was termed at the time. Over the time that it was allotted for debate and committee study on the original C-14 legislation, I took the opportunity to hear from constituents and took what I heard at that time to form my position on the legislation at hand. Since then, I've continued to listen to constituents on all sides of this debate in an effort to ensure that I am aware of the many differing viewpoints and opinions. I have heard from many who believe in the sanctity of all human life and believe the time of life and death is to be decided by a greater power than any of us possess. I've also heard from others with various incurable health conditions who want the ability to choose an appropriate time so that they are able to pass with dignity and the ability to choose when to say a final goodbye. While listening to and pondering the various personal beliefs and scenarios shared by constituents, I've also reflected on my own personal experience and how fortunate many of us are that we have not had to make the very difficult personal decision that many Canadians face every day. Mr. Speaker, I would like to share what weighed heavily on my mind during the debate and considerations back in 2016 and remains with me today as we revisit this topic in the legislature. You see, my mother had developed dementia over a period of years before her passing. At first, we didn't recognize the symptoms, or maybe we didn't want to actually acknowledge they were there. But as time went on, Mom became more forgetful. At first, it was just that she would end up with multiple jugs of milk in the fridge, because each time she went to the grocery store, she simply remembered that she needed milk, not the fact that she had just bought some the day before. But as time progressed, her memory got worse, and eventually she moved into a full care home where she was safe and cared for. Initially, it was only her short-term memory that faded away, and she could still remember many things from her earlier life and about her family, but that gradually changed. One thing we did notice in the last few months of her life was she no longer used the telephone. It would ring, but she wasn't able to put the pieces together to pick it up and talk to whoever was calling. The phone had been a big part of her life, as she would always call all of her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren on their birthdays. But for a number of months, she was no longer able to remember phone numbers or what the telephone was for or how to start a conversation. At the time of what turned out to be her last Christmas, we made plans to have her home for Christmas dinner, and we all looked forward to that day. Then on Christmas morning, we got a call from the care home and said she'd come down with the flu and would not be able to go out. We managed to get through Christmas Day, but we're concerned the illness was more than she could take in her frail condition. Well, the next day we were surprised when the care home called and said, "Your mom is doing much better today. Would you like to come down for a visit?" So we headed out knowing that Mom might not be looking or feeling her best because she'd been ill. Well, we walked into the room that day and were totally taken aback. She was sitting up, fully articulate, and waiting for us. We were shocked when she started conversations like someone had turned back the clock 2 years on her dementia. She told us how she felt bad that she'd not been able to go out and do any Christmas shopping for the grandchildren and many other things that she'd not been able to communicate for months. When we returned home that day, our answering machine was full of messages from my 5 siblings, all wondering what was going on with Mom. because she had picked up the phone and called each of them from the numbers in her head and had extensive conversations with each of them. We were all in shock from this remarkable recovery of her memory and the restoration of her mental function from what had been something considered incurable. Unfortunately, the recovery was only temporary and only lasted about 24 hours. But nonetheless, it was a complete reversal of her dementia for that period of time. To this day, no one has been able to explain how or why this happened. We wondered at the time, and still wonder today, if there may be a cure just around the corner. Mr. Speaker, this is only one scenario, and in the time since medical assistance in dying became legal, I've heard from constituents and observed cases where family members have been quite open about their aging parents and terminally ill family member. They've been open about how, at some point, the parent or family member is no longer the person they once were, no longer wants to carry on. I've heard how they want to be able to make the choice and should not be denied that choice. So in considering the legislation before us today, we must consider all of the people and the lives that will be affected by our decision. It is a very difficult task when we are not able to hear all of the different scenarios, learn the details about the symptoms and reasons for personal choices. That is why I urge all members to consider what safeguards should be in place, and if safeguards are not in the current text of the bill, can it be amended so that our decisions respect the needs and rights of our constituents and Canadians? I will continue to open my mind and listen to what I hear from my constituents. I expect I might hear cases like mine, where we were fortunate and Mom passed peacefully in her sleep a few months later, and we didn't have to make those difficult decisions. Of cases where a cure might be found soon for someone who is uncurable today, and of cases where there is no hope for recovery and someone wants to ensure dignity is retained. There are many other personal situations out there, and as legislators, we must remember that. We have a duty to consider more than our own personal opinions or those of those people close to us. We must be considerate of those who will be tasked with carrying out what we legislate. And we must guard against any loophole or opportunity for this legislation to be exploited and abused, because we are literally legislating on matters of life and death here. Let us consider all of that in our deliberations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member sharing his personal story about his mum, and I think it's really quite compelling when we do hear personal stories, or we'll hear individuals on all sides of the different spectrums, why there's such a desperate need for the legislation, why it's very important that we be so careful as we enter into this area, putting the checks and balances in place. I've had the opportunity to listen to all sides, as the member recommends that we do. And we try to take our personal thoughts and feelings and maybe even situations and put them in the back as we try to get a fair assessment of the bigger picture. And we have before us, I believe, legislation that will move us forward. And I suspect it will go to committee. And I would ask the member, does he have some very specific amendments he would like to see made to the legislation, or is he more content to see it go to committee?
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question, and appreciate that the member is also willing to listen to all of the personal scenarios that are out there, and we certainly can't hear them all. As he mentioned, there may be amendments moving forward. I don't think this is the correct place to get into exactly what specific amendments should be there. I would expect that there would be amendments being moved if this bill gets to committee, and hopefully what comes out of that committee will be a bill that is respectful of every Canadian's wishes. Thank you.
Question et observation par conférence virtuelle.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Avis Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very touching testimony. In the Bloc Québécois, we were relieved that eligibility for people with mental health problems was excluded from this bill because that requires more consultation. And I hope that this will refer to the committee. And so I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. Thank you.
North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I again appreciate the question and the comments regarding the mental health portion being left out of this bill. Certainly, mental health has become a much more talked about issue over recent years, and that's a good thing. Mental health, especially now during COVID situation, with people suffering from isolation more than any other time that I've ever known, and probably any of us have ever known. The mental health aspect of medical assistance in dying certainly needs further discussion and maybe addressed in further legislation in years to come. Thank you.
Questions and comments, again by video conference. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too want to thank the member for North Okanagan Shuswap for his moving commentary on this bill. I also want to reflect on what the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands said, and that is, of course, that all members of Parliament have very sincerely held beliefs on the issues before us in this bill. But what I want to urge here is for us to make the distinction between the need for the larger review of medical assistance in dying, which was provided for in the original legislation, and that review unfortunately has not started, and what is actually in Bill C-7. And while the member for North Okanagan Shuswap wasn't really guilty, as some of his colleagues have been, of doing this, I think there are some people, by using death on demand, by using same-day dying, who are distorting what's actually in Bill C-7. And I think it behooves all of us, in order to have a respectful debate, that we talk about what's actually there. And the bill still requires that someone be suffering from an incurable illness, in intolerable suffering and irreversible decline. And so I would urge all the members, including this member, to keep in mind what's actually in the bill.
Honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, and again, appreciate those comments, and certainly agree with the member that the review of the original Bill C-14, medical assistance in dying, needs to take place so that there is a proper review of what has been happening since 2016 when it passed, and that as we move forward with this bill, we certainly need to be as cautious and review it, because as I mentioned, what we're dealing with here as legislators is other people's lives and death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's all the time that we have for questions and comments for that round. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
Oui. The question is as follows. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Jenis. Was that on a point of order?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. It was. Sorry, I'm just a bit confused about the process here. But are we proceeding to the question now, or was there somebody else that was up to speak?
Thank you, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan. So we finished the end of the 5. There weren't any more. There wasn't any time left in the 5 minutes for questions and comments. I then went to resuming debate, and no person rose, and nor did I see any hands raised on the Zoom participants. So therefore, I proceeded to the question on the bill. Was it the intention of the member to wish to continue debate? Was he wishing to make a speech on the matter?
No, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was not. I was just trying to get a bit of a clarification on the process. That's all. So it's thanks.
Good. Well, no, thank you for that, and that's perfectly fine to do if members are unsure. It's just good to check in, and we're happy to get it clarified. So as I say, the question is, Mr. Lametti. I don't see anyone on the board. Is it okay? Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moved that Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. We're in the middle of the question now. Medical assistance dying be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Now, members will know the way we do this now. If any member present wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I invite them to rise in their place now, and that would signify such recorded division. Seeing that one or more members have risen, I therefore, pursuant to order made on September 23rd, 2020, indicate that the division stands deferred until Thursday, October 29th, that's tomorrow, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on a point that may be of interest to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House that you might find unanimous consent to call it 6:13 at this time in order to facilitate private members' hour beginning.
Okay. Any objections to the House seeing the clock as 6:13 p.m.? Seeing none. I will, accordingly, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. I see a hand raised. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. Is it his wish to raise a point of order at this time?
No, that's fine. The question has already been read.
I thank you to the honourable member for that clarification. So we'll now go to orders of the day. Ordre du jour. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarification. Why I was attempting to connect prior to the question being read. I'm making the assumption from the last few moments that because I wasn't connected before that point, the debate is now collapsed.
Yes, that is in fact correct. There was no other members standing, and so the question was put, and a recorded division requested and deferred until tomorrow after the time for oral questions. Okay? All right. Now we'll go to orders of the day.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, prise en considération à la deuxième lecture.
Second reading of Bill C-224. An Act to amend an Act to authorise the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorise the entry into tax collection agreements with provinces. In the name of Mr. Sainte-Marie. Mr. Sainte-Marie, seconded by Mr. Thérien, moves that Bill C-224, an Act to amend an Act to authorise the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorise the entry into tax collection agreements with provinces, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. On debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to table in this House today the bill on a single tax return administered by Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I see this bill as a test for the federal parliament. Is Ottawa capable of giving Quebec some leeway? Is Ottawa able to being open to Quebec? Is Ottawa capable of reasonable accommodation with Quebec? These are the questions this bill raises in this House. Mr. Speaker, as recognised by this Parliament, Quebec forms a nation with its language, its culture, its values, its ways of doing things. Mr. Speaker, the tragedy of Quebec-Ottawa relations is that every time Quebec asks Ottawa for an accommodation in its way of doing things, it irritates the latter, and it drags on and on. This with a major power struggle, and as a general rule, Ottawa wins out, and if not, it drags on even longer because Ottawa is still irritated. The vision of this Parliament is that of the English-Canadian nation. Its government is first and foremost that of Ottawa. Its credo is to have wall-to-wall policies from coast to coast to coast. When Quebec asks for its withdrawal from a programme with compensation, it shatters this English-Canadian dream and irritates Ottawa because as a nation, Quebec wants to be able to create and administer its policies and programmes in its own way. Because the government of my nation, Mr. Speaker, is the one that sits in the National Assembly or Assemblée Nationale in Quebec City. Here is a series of examples from yesterday and today that illustrate my point. When we look at this power struggle, we can think of the issue of infrastructure, social housing, health, financing and federal standards, the fiscal imbalance, aerospace, the manufacturing sector within the framework of international treaties and petrocurrency, artificial intelligence, for example. Other examples, agriculture and particularly supply management, forestry, language, defending French, particularly the implementation of Bill 101 to companies under federal jurisdiction. Other examples, the pharmaceutical sector that we have in Quebec, from the all-oil vision, our rail industry being abandoned in favour of Siemens and jobs in California, the financing of Muskrat Falls, our exclusion from maritime contracts, the last 3 trade agreements concluded on the back of Quebec and Quebec's economy. There's also the complacency towards the giants of the web and the use of tax havens, not to mention the issues with the CRTC, the internet and cellular networks. There's also culture and media issues. Since the 1980s, and Mr. Speaker, we've had the unilateral repatriation of the Constitution without Quebec and against its will. After that, there was Meech and then Charlottetown, once again power struggles. If we go even further back in time, from the conquest to the occupation of the Canadian Army of Quebec in peacetime through Confederation, the Act of Union, the merging of the debts of Upper and Lower Canada with its bias of representativeness in favour of Upper Canada. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec nation, or French-Canadian and then Canadian at the time, systematically underwent the will of the English-Canadian nation at the expense of its sovereignty. These were but a few examples of the drama stemming from Quebec-Ottawa relations. I repeat, as a general rule, Ottawa refuses to allow Quebec to make or adapt its policies in its own way. As a result, Ottawa refuses the sovereignty of the Quebec people within the framework of the Federation. With its Clarity Act, Ottawa clearly refuses any sovereignty of the Quebec people. Mr. Speaker, denying a people's right to sovereignty and self-determination in 2020. Welcome to Canada. This is the framework within which the bill on the single tax administered by Quebec falls. It is not here a revolution, it's a simple accommodation to make life easier for people and businesses in Quebec. Filing 1 single return instead of 2. Wow. We don't want people to have duplicate work to do. That's it. There is consensus on this bill in Quebec. The National Assembly has unanimously expressed itself in favour of it. Every single party, Coalition Avenir Québec, Parti libéral, Parti québécois, Québec solidaire, everyone says yes. After that, Premier Legault of the National Assembly formally requested it from the Prime Minister of this House. The polls show an overwhelming majority of the Quebec population supporting this project. All of Quebec Inc. supports the idea, the Chambers of Commerce, the Conseil du Patronat, the independent businesses, the Order of Accountants, etc. Not forgetting various unions like the Public Service Union in Quebec, and they also have the approval of the CSQ. That isn't meagre pickings because this bill is good for Quebecers. The IRAI research group stated that this project would generate $425 million in savings per year. We're talking $39 million for individuals, $99 million for businesses, and $287 million eliminated by removing bureaucratic duplication. We're not saying that federal public servants aren't as good as Quebec public servants. It's just that they're both doing the same thing, and our taxes are paying for the same process twice. Seriously. An eminent element of this bill is that it would allow Quebec, as it stands, to fight against tax havens in an autonomous manner rather than lagging behind Ottawa, which simply is doing nothing. Mr. Speaker, once again, this bill is quite simple and not at all revolutionary. A bill that respects the Quebec nation and saves everyone time and money. When the idea was presented to them, the Liberals said, OK, but why not entrust its administration to Ottawa? Oh, here again, Mr. Speaker, we can see the will of the English Canadian nation to impose its way of doing things wall to wall and to refuse any accommodation to Quebec. Why? Because first of all, taxation is not under the jurisdiction of Ottawa, but of Quebec City. But above all, for the sake of efficiency, after years of negotiations, Quebec City succeeded in reaching an agreement with Ottawa for the collection of sales taxes from businesses. That was nearly 30 years ago. Before that, Ottawa collected its GST and Quebec collected its QST. For 30 years, Revenu Québec has been collecting both the GST and QST at the same time. That means a lot less paperwork for businesses and significant savings. The advantage is that Revenu Québec is present in every region of Quebec, and it all works very well. It's a success, and, Mr. Speaker, well, no one complains about it. The bizarre idea of leaving taxes in Ottawa and taxes and other taxes in Quebec City would be completely illogical. It wouldn't solve the administrative duplication at all. If we want efficiency, everything must be collected by the same authority, in this case by Revenu Québec, the taxes of companies and the taxes of their employees. So everything would be at the same place. Otherwise, you'd have to say, oh, well, you got this amount as a person, you got this amount as a business, and once again, we'll be back to duplication. We don't want to go back into duplication. Mr. Speaker, the idea of a single tax return administered by Quebec City is not new. For example, in 2004, 16 years ago, the then finance minister of the Liberal government in Quebec City, who was, you guessed it, Yves Séguin, stated, and I quote, "There is no reason to keep two collection systems in competition." This was a Liberal finance minister in Quebec City, who was a federalist, let's not forget. I continue the quote, "The real tax administration most established in Quebec is Revenu Québec." It's implacably logical. I talked about it earlier. On the 17th of January 2019, Premier François Legault, Premier of Quebec, took up the unanimous resolution of the National Assembly and made it, for the first time, a formal request of the Quebec government to Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, this bill is an opportunity to say, finally, to say yes to Quebec City. It's the perfect opportunity. A quick parenthesis. Another subject, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the employees of the Canada Revenue Agency who are in Quebec. This bill has been drafted in such a way as to protect their jobs in Quebec. That is the spirit of this bill. That's our will. I went to Jonquière. I met CRA staff. I talked to staff as well in Shawinigan, and that is what we want to do. As it stands, Quebec does not get its fair share of federal public servants, and the Bloc here will continue to demand justice in this regard. Yes, of course, this bill aims to avoid unnecessary duplication. Why should we pay two people to do the job that one person could do? What we propose is to reallocate jobs by keeping them in the regions. I would also like to remind you that a single tax return will not make the Canada Revenue Agency disappear in Quebec. For example, we have 1,300 employees in Shawinigan. They do not process income tax returns. Instead, they are assigned to various administrative tasks related to the operation of the department. There is nothing to prevent them from continuing to do the same work. Even when Revenu Québec takes over the processing of income tax returns and tax collection, the federal government will continue to maintain the register of the 7 million Quebec taxpayers and their tax data. The agency will have to assign more employees to relations with Revenu Québec to ensure that the amounts forwarded correspond to the tax collected taxpayer by taxpayer. The agency will continue to pay Quebec taxpayers the tax credits to which they are entitled, such as the child tax benefit or the refundable credit for electric cars. Mr. Speaker, these are the types of services that can be provided from the Jonquière Tax Centre. So let us all be clear. The idea is that we want to avoid duplication, but there is such a need in the public service for this, and the public service is concentrated so much in Ottawa that there is space, there is leeway to protect all jobs because the jobs in our regions are very important. For its part, Revenu Québec will have to hire staff to assume its new responsibilities to management of the new tax return, but also they'll have to create a new international taxation division, a jurisdiction that is largely outside Quebec's jurisdiction at present and which would allow it to fight against tax havens. That is a very important point. We will see a clear intensification of relations between Revenu Québec and the federal government to transmit to Ottawa the tax data and taxes collected. As I said, the federal apparatus is far too concentrated. For example, the City of Ottawa has 50% more federal civil servants than the entire province of Quebec, even if we take into account Gatineau. That's completely logical. It is not surprising, therefore, that federal programs are so poorly adapted to regional realities. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about today is a simple bill. There are 2 tax returns, and we bring them down to 1. It simplifies everyone's life. It makes life easier for businesses. It allows us to save $425 million a year, avoiding duplication, for example, for individuals, the public apparatus, and businesses. This bill has received the consensus of Quebec City and the National Assembly, a bill that would allow Quebec to fight more effectively against the use of tax havens. It's a bill that protects the agency's employees, the CRA's employees. That's how we drafted it. The question is, Mr. Speaker, will, once again, the Canadian Parliament vote against the legitimate desire of my nation? Well, the debate has begun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and as someone, and I've said this to the Chamber before, who actually has a love for the province of Manitoba. Many of my ancestors come from the province of Quebec, and it's really somewhat sad in the sense that I had lost the language that my father spoke and my grandmothers on both sides spoke, and my grandparents. But I can tell you that one of the benefits of having a stronger national government is because not only do we feel and recognize the importance of the province of Quebec being a francophone entity, much like promoting the francophone language, the French language, in other jurisdictions. I'm very proud of the fact of St. Boniface as an example. And it seems to me that what the Bloc are really striving for is to try to come up with ways in which they can minimize the importance of a national government. And I think that there's a lot of people, and a good example of that, Mr. Speaker, is what we see today with the...
Just going to have to interrupt there, and we're going to try and we only have 5 minutes, and other members are going to want to get in on this as well. The
Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and in my opinion, it perfectly shows the preamble of my speech. He's saying, are we not weakening the national government? Which nation are you talking about? Whose government are you talking about? My nation, the Quebec nation, that speaks French. Its government is in Quebec City. And this government says we're doing a tax return, and the federal government, the ones that's supposed to oversee all the various nations, the First Nations, who are very poorly represented here. There are a few MPs from those communities. The Quebec Nation, the Acadian Nation, and the English Canadian Nation. There's a federal government that is supposed to play the role of overseeing all of these nations, but it's the English Canadian Nation that is represented. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Légontique-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pay tribute to my colleague from Joliette for this bill, which is a great initiative. We should be able to move forward and progress this. If we want to make it progress in the House here, we have to say something. There's something that concerns me. My colleague is talking about $425 million in savings and keeping jobs at the same time. There's something that doesn't add up there. We want to reduce paperwork for Quebecers with only one single tax return. And how can you say that you're going to save $425 million and still keep jobs? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his legitimate concern, and I'd like to reassure him. When we cut duplication, we save money. That's clear. At the same time, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. What we're saying that in the federal apparatus, there's a lack of employees and it's overly concentrated. What we want to do is keep the same jobs in Jonquière and Shawinigan, the same number of jobs. They won't receive the federal tax returns because we only want one return, but they can do other things in other sectors, whether it's with the CRA or elsewhere. For example, the Phoenix pay system. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his passionate speech. There was a very long list, an interesting list, he noted, as in our recognition of Quebec's economy. And we are the first party to have accepted the single tax return in 2018. And my colleague was talking about the union movement, and the rest of the public service is also in support of this. Well, there are some concern. We met with these workers in the union, and we need a real action plan. That's what they think. What do you think? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We met with the workers, and obviously they're concerned. But here, if there's unanimous will in Quebec, we want to avoid duplication, and I'm telling you, we're going to ensure that this bill will be drafted in a way to keep jobs. We're just looking at the principle of this bill in committee, and I'm going to fight long and hard to keep this in there. We need these jobs in the regions. And when I looked on the ground, there were people on the ground who were saying, things are okay for me. It's more the representatives of the Public Servants Alliance that had more concerns. But unfortunately, we have to continue to keep talking about this, and I suspect there may have been some interests. Order. We're going to take one additional question. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. What always surprises me a bit, and I'm sure this will be the case again, they're going to tell us that we're going to lose jobs. But right now, we're doing the same thing for federal and provincial taxes, and obviously the employees, well, we're going to save on duplication. So it's quite easy to make these employees do something else useful rather than doing the same thing twice. So when I hear that the people will lose their jobs, I think there's no goodwill. And they're thinking that these savings won't be reinvested in Quebec. What does my colleague think of that? My colleague from Pointe-à-l'Île has just summarized the core of this bill very well. And there's one thing that hasn't been taken into account, that is the fight against tax evasion. And the Quebec agency would have access to international information, and it finally would be able to tackle tax havens, which Ottawa isn't doing properly. And this would also bring in money, and it'd be interesting to see how much extra we could rake in. So this is a rather progressive bill that is has unanimous support in Quebec. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Orléans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to participate this evening in this debate C-224. As you know, this bill was tabled by my colleague, the member for Joliette, after the unanimous motion adopted by the National Assembly in Quebec in 2018. It allows Quebec to administer one single tax return. The aim of this bill is to authorize the Minister of Finance to reach an agreement with a provincial government so that it can collect federal tax on the income of individuals and companies on behalf of the federal government. The intention of this proposal is attractive. The idea of a single tax return is attractive for those who have to file two tax returns. And it's also interesting and more effective on an administrative level for the government and for taxpayers. That is why we have tax agreements between the federal government and the provinces and territories. And under these agreements, the federal government receives and manages taxes, income taxes for all provinces and territories except Quebec, because individuals and companies pay their taxes there. And only in Alberta and Quebec will taxpayers deal with two tax administrators. So having one tax administrator is interesting for taxpayers, but the question about how we can do this with only one administrator so that it's effective is an important one. Canadians expect their government to implement programs fairly, efficiently, and affordably. In this respect, Bill C-224 deserves attentive evaluation. This bill probably will represent higher costs for Canadian taxpayers. There will be savings for taxpayers because there'll be a transfer to just one single administrator. And there will be economies of scale and reduce administrative costs per taxpayer. As Bill C-224 would not have this effect. It would be the opposite. It would involve fixed costs in infrastructure, and Quebec's infrastructure would not reduce these fixed costs, and they should be covered by CRA and Revenu Québec. As the Premier of Quebec has clearly said, his government would ask for the refund of costs, but it's hard to estimate right now what the overall cost would be, the impact on costs, rather, would be, because this would be the result of negotiations of various issues. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-22 would also reduce the uniformity of our tax administration nationally. By doing so, it reduces the CRA's ability to quickly respond and to major logistic issues nationally, such as emergency measures to support Canadians when there's a crisis, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. There'd also be a negative impact on CRA's employees who work in Quebec and elsewhere. In Quebec, there are between 4,800 and 5,000 employees of the CRA and depending on the time of year, during tax season, 60% of them are women in Quebec. So this bill, C-224, would have a personal and community impact. This bill would also require measures, attenuation measures, and the cost could be high. This bill would also look at Canada's ability to respect its obligations for international tax treaties as well, which states that the National Minister of Canada of Revenue is the Quebec's authority. We'd have to modify such agreements and treaties, and with various distinct administrations. Canada has more than 100 tax treaties of this type, and it could take years to renegotiate all of them. What's more, if Canada had no longer had access for Quebec's taxpayers' information, it could hamper its ability to fight international tax evasion, which is a priority for our government and for Canadians. This bill, Mr. Speaker, could also open the door to similar requests from other provinces who could be very interested in a similar model if the federal government were to look at a provincial system, and this would create similar challenges on a larger scale and increase administrative costs for taxpayers. In conclusion, Canadians expect us to take all of these important considerations into account, Mr. Speaker. Our government is open to improving fiscal tax administration in Quebec, and we want to ensure the best possible result for Canadians in terms of fairness, efficiency, and value for taxpayers, including those of Quebecers. We'll continue to work with Revenue Quebec, with which we have had a cooperative relationship for quite some time, to find ways to simplify tax returns and reduce the burden for Quebec taxpayers. We want to ensure better harmonization of our respective tax systems and facilitate tax returns for Quebec taxpayers. We are always ready to improve the situation. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-224, but before I start my speech, I'd like to just discuss what we want to obtain today here in this House for Quebecers. There is a simple objective here. Quebecers have to file 2 tax returns. Whether they're individuals or companies, they have to file one in Quebec and one for Ottawa. Who does that please? Accountants. They're happy with that. However, the rest of us have to pay for this, and we put money in their pockets. The Conservative Party, well, when I hear my colleague's speech, I thought I was going to support it without any reservations. But unfortunately, there were some statements that disappointed me. They seem to confuse Ottawa with Liberals. Ottawa does a lot of things. It's centralizing, it does this and that. It's the Liberals that are like that. We have to recognize that clearly. The Liberals, well, as Conservatives, we gave great recognition to Quebec. We recognized the nation. of Quebec, and we're ready to recognize provincial jurisdiction. We want to give Quebec the means to go further in the current system. But obviously, the Liberals, which you're confusing with Ottawa, aren't doing this. We have to really explain that nuance there. I want to support this bill, C-224. I don't want to create quarrels, and we want to go back and go over everything. I want to work with Quebecers to simplify their lives and reduce paperwork. But I heard an argument from the Liberals a few moments ago saying that the CRA has to support the pandemic and would have a hard time dealing with the tax returns. When CRA sent letters to my people in my riding a few weeks again telling them that they were victims of fraud and they should call the number, and when they called the CRA, there was no answer. That's what happened, Mr. Speaker. There was no answer when they called the CRA. You may have been a victim of fraud, they said. Call us. But then there was no answer on the line. That's what happened. So if that's the only argument for not having a single tax return in Quebec, well, that doesn't bode well. This bill is simple. At the same time, there's two things. We want to amend legislation to allow Quebec the possibility of producing for Quebecers a single tax return. And secondly, which is very important, my colleague's bill is asking for negotiations between two levels of government so that we can do so. It's simple. We should negotiate. And if Liberals aren't happy after negotiations, they can end things there. How come they don't go further? How come they don't allow the negotiations to start? That's how I see this bill. This bill opens a door so we can see how things could work between Quebec and the federal government. It's a simple objective of having a simple tax return for Quebecers. I've believed in this, as have Quebecers, and the Conservatives do too. I believe in this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, of creating a single tax return for Quebecers. And the Conservative Party has a very clear position on this, particularly since our first caucus in Quebec in Saint-Hyacinthe in 2018. All Conservatives will vote. All Quebecers voted in favor of the single tax return, and in May 2018, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously voted in favor of the single tax return for Quebecers. And in August, in Halifax, all Canadians said yes. Conservatives said Quebec should be able to have a single tax return, and 3,000 members of the Conservative Party said that negotiations should begin between the federal government and Quebec so that we can produce a single tax return.
In February 2019, my colleague from Richmond tabled a motion that was much like the one today. It said that the House shows deep respect for areas of jurisdiction, high confidence in provincial institutions. Quebecers have to submit 2 tax returns, and the House would like to streamline this to reduce paperwork and to reduce red tape. So the federal government should work with the Quebec government to put in place a single taxpayer return. And this was mentioned by the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the result of the vote? Well, that motion was defeated. But I'll tell you, the members in this House, the members from Quebec voted 19 in favor of the motion and 45 against. The 19 were all Conservatives from Quebec and the members from the Bloc Québécois. The NDP voted against it. After their great Sherbrooke declaration, there was this very high-flying declaration, and they said, we're going to give a single tax return to Quebec. All of a sudden, a new leader shows up, and that's finished. We haven't heard anything more about it. So the NDP representative is going to say, well, it's all about jobs. But it was right in the Sherbrooke Declaration. It was very clear. The NDP wanted a single tax return. But what I'm worried about is the Quebec members, the Quebec Liberal members. Why did they vote against the motion? And why, from what I understand, why are they going to be voting this motion again against my colleague's bill for a single tax return for Quebec? They don't want to reduce red tape. They don't want to make Quebecers' lives easier. What's the problem? This bill is very simple. We begin discussions. That's all that this bill seeks to do. The opportunity has to be given for these discussions to happen, because I cannot believe that in 2020 we're not able to agree between two governments so that there is only one single form to be filled out. Just one. I think that is very easy to do. I think that Quebec is I know that Quebec is calling on this to be done, so I think that those negotiations should be allowed to go forward. And I think that Quebec is mature enough to be able to do so. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to tell you about this. When I looked at the results of the votes, I was kind of surprised because the only provinces that supported us on our motion regarding the single tax return were Alberta and Saskatchewan. If you look at the members from Alberta and Saskatchewan, they helped us out. They voted with us. So thank you to my colleagues from Alberta and Saskatchewan. You're great. And this motion was defeated because of the NDP and Liberal members. Mr. Speaker, I think that in Quebec there is huge buy-in from business owners, business representatives, Quebec citizens. We want to make things simpler for Quebecers. And I think today that two levels of government, they can agree. We can have administrative agreements between two governments. What's the federal government afraid of? Look at the GST. Quebec always sends its share of the GST to the government. It doesn't have to worry. And so when we think about these agreements with Quebec, it's not that we want to give taxation powers. We're not asking for the taxation powers. All we want to allow Quebecers to do is to say, listen, we sent in our paper to you, one paper instead of two. And, here's the money here are the taxes we owe. It's as simple as that, just a single tax return for Quebecers, like everyone else. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this time will be the right time. I hope that the people on the other side, the people in the NDP, I hope that the NDP will follow their Sherbrooke Declaration, because it says that they want to preserve jobs. I remember that motion. They talked about preserving jobs. And now it's in this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has no more choice. They have to vote with us. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for how he pointed out that it was the NDP at the time defeated the motion because the Conservatives had refused the NDP's amendment from our former colleague from Sherbrooke to have something very clear put to guarantee jobs. So I think it is very important to underline that. And I'm going to come back to that, to the matter of jobs in my speech. But I'm going to go back to the history of the tax system in the federal system, because with the exception of the 1918 exception, because of the war efforts, usually taxation was a provincial jurisdiction, and it was taken over by the federal government in 1942. That was supposed to be temporary for another war effort. So twice, it is because of world wars that there was this change in the role of the central government in the taxation system and the tax collection. So obviously, surprisingly, after the Second World War, taxation never came back to the provinces, so that's no surprise, until such time as an agreement between Saint Laurent and Duplessis in 1955. There was this agreement between them that Quebec would collect its own taxes to ensure that Quebec's taxpayers weren't paying more taxes than the other Canadians. So there's a balance that is struck in that case. Then a lot of people wanted a single tax return because the Quebecers are penalized. They're the only people in the taxpayers in Canada who have to fill out 2 tax returns, whereas obviously this could all be simplified. And I'll come back to the actual effect later in of this decision later in my speech. Now, seeing that will and listening to the will of the citizens, the NDP in its national convention in 2019 adopted a resolution, which is kind of like for the Conservatives. The vast majority voted to support the principle of a single tax return for Quebecers, managed or administered by the Quebec government. And that is very important to point that out because, sure, we adopted the Sherbrooke Declaration, which recognized a great number of things, that Quebec is a nation, that things are done differently in Quebec because of its history, language, and culture. And so it does do things differently, and what is offered to Quebec is not necessarily offered to other provinces. And this is another important concept. The concept of asymmetric federalism for the NDP is based on the recognition of the Quebec nation. So it is very specific to Quebec, and that is also why in the Sherbrooke Declaration, one of the important principles is that Quebec is allowed to opt out in exchange for full compensation. And that applies only to Quebec, not to the other provinces. For example, if there was a new program, just say, a universal pharmacare program, Quebec would be able to opt out and receive full compensation. And, Mr. Speaker, we are the first party, the first national party to have adopted the concept of a single tax return for the reasons that I have just mentioned. And it was important in the approach that was taken by Jake Layton and that was continued by Thomas Mulcair, and that's still continued by the current leader, the member for Burnaby South. However, the motion had to resolve that in the motion for people who like the whereases and the resolved that clauses. So the transfer of that area of jurisdiction only to Quebec should not be done to the detriment of the workers and the public servants in Quebec. And that is where we began a process of consultation. We reached out and we wanted to establish dialogue with people who are represented by the Public Servants Alliance of Canada, the Quebec section, which had certain concerns around this, and who said during our meetings, during our consultations, they said, we're worried about job losses in the Mauricie and Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean regions, and we don't see how we'll be able to reassign these people to avoid job losses. And that really spoke to us. The New Democratic Party is a party that was founded by cooperatives, by farm cooperatives, and by the labor movement. So our primary concern is always for workers, their families, and their communities. We don't want to make any commitments or decisions that would undermine their livelihood, their career, their jobs. And so we did our work very thoroughly. We looked at the options. We looked at other where they could be reassigned to other jobs. But there's so much work to be done with tax evasion and tax havens. We said that we would reassign these people to do international investigations. But the people who process these tax returns for our citizens don't have the capacity to go and act as investigators or inquiries with international fraudsters. And if I had a magic wand just in the next few minutes, all of a sudden I would reassure them and say everything is fine. you won't lose your jobs, but that's not the reality. So those are our concerns. Do we agree with the principle of the single tax return? Of course. It's logical. It recognizes the Quebec nation and it recognizes Quebecers' autonomy. But in actual fact, we need to protect jobs in the regions. And so that's the problem. So we have concerns and doubts around that. And I think it will be very interesting to invite people to committee to discuss that, to hear from witnesses, to know if this is possible to do or not. Obviously, we're socialists, we're social democrats, and we work for workers. And so we really care about these workers in the various regions. The argument has often been served up, and this might appear to be interesting. For example, it's no fun filling out a tax return, even one. But if you have to fill out two, it's not fair because it's twice as much boring work. It takes a lot of time, and no one likes filling out tax returns. So that's an argument that actually is less and less true. It was true when everyone in February or March went to the local credit union. They picked up their documents. There weren't any automatic tellers at the time, so this, they went straight in to see the bank teller. They went back to their homes, and then they started to flip the pages of the tax guide, and fill out all the codes. But that is less and less a reality now. So the idea of filling out two tax returns, sure, it's not fun because we want to simplify people's lives, obviously. But now it's less and less boring because it's online. Now, another thing is 91% of taxpayers do fill out online tax forms. No one walks down to the credit union and picks up their sheaf of documents and fills out all the little codes. People buy software, which is usually good for a few years, and we just punch in our numbers. And then it's sent to both levels of government. You send one email to the CRA and one email to Revenu Québec. And I would say that the vast majority of people do that. So, sure, they already fill out an income tax return. Have you ever done this, Mr. Speaker? Sit down with the software. You just fill it out once, and the software takes care of everything. So this argument is less and less true. Maybe 9 or 10% of people fill out both paper forms. And I think we have to be realistic about this. Are we going to take the risk of shedding hundreds of jobs in these regions, Jonquière, in the Mauricie region? Because I've discussed this with the workers on the ground there. They don't want to take that risk, especially if something like that is not going to have a real effect on Quebec taxpayers. That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the creation of the Constitution in 1867, tax responsibilities were assigned to various levels of government. And so we said that at the time, tax income did not exist back then. No province and no federal government used income tax. So that area of jurisdiction was given to the provinces. And the first province began to levy taxes. That was BC. And then what happened in the First World War? Well, all the provinces said no. In the Constitution, it's written that it is a provincial area, an area of provincial jurisdiction. But in the Constitution, it says, regardless of whether the federal government it's written very small, regardless of the mode of taxation. So the provinces said, okay, can we have this jurisdiction back? Second World War, the taxes were used for that. And then there came the difficult cohabitation between the federal government and the provinces. The provinces wanted their taxation powers back. And that is why there were agreements with all provinces except Quebec and Ontario, and then Ontario yielded, and so the only province that said, okay, we're going to hang on to our tax money, well, Quebec is the only one. So the Tremblay Commission submitted its report in 1956, and they said that it was such a good idea. They thought it was such a good idea that we saw income tax powers that were held by Quebec since the 1950s. So the other provinces were very disappointed that they hadn't done the same thing, that they found that the Quebecers were pretty bold and it served them well. Now we're at a situation where we've got two tax returns. We've got two tax systems. And so now we figure, well, why shouldn't we have one tax collector even if there are two taxation systems? So we know that we knew that there would be a war waged between a struggle between the Quebec and the federal government, and the Quebecers said in May 15, 2018, at the National Assembly, there was a motion that was introduced, and I know because I was the one who introduced it. And when I introduced that motion, I looked at the government, the Liberal government across from me, and you certainly can't say that Couillard was a modern-day patriot. And I said, they're not going to support us. And then I saw that a glimmer in Carlos Letau's eyes, and they supported us. It was unanimous at the National Assembly. And so then we conducted a poll. 65% of all Quebecers said that Quebec should be the collector of the taxes. 22% of Quebecers said it should be Canada. And so we listened to the majority of the Quebecers who said we are the ones who should be collecting taxes. And we know that began with the GST and the Quebec Sales Tax, and it worked. It was great. And even the federal government, they didn't want to collect a tax in Quebec. They said Quebec is doing a great job. They're more effective than the federal governments. And when we talk about economies of scale, well, it is proved that the QST is much more effective when it is collected with the GST, regardless of what my colleague might have said. Now, why? I'm sorry, my colleague from Rosemont said, we don't fill things out with a quill pen and on sheets of paper, obviously. But he should know that there are a number of economists who have done exhaustive research to figure out how long it takes to fill out two tax returns. And they conducted studies, and it's 10%. For individuals, it's 10% more work and 15% more for businesses. In fact, the only study that was done, an empirical study on the gains that were made further to the single tax return, was last year. It says $39 million of savings for individuals. That is people who get their taxes done. And for people who do it themselves, it's 10% more. It's 10. Businesses have 15% in savings, rather. So that's normal. That's the way it should be done. And so now they're saying, no, there's already someone in Quebec who does that. There are more than $200 million in savings, and that is a scientific report that is very exhaustive. It explains everything. So we're talking about $425 million in savings, and those are the savings further to a single tax return. And then obviously, you hear all kinds of things. For example, if they're saying, well, if we give that to Quebec, what about the other countries who have signed a tax information agreement? They're going to say, oh, big bad Quebec. No, we don't want to deal with them. No. Come on. They signed agreements with the federal government so that there is no tax evasion. And all of a sudden they're thinking, well, if it's turned over to Quebec, the U.S. is going to say, well, we don't want to deal with them. if they want to sit down and give us the information, well, that's great. And all the agreements will be confirmed, that it's not the other countries that are the problem. 5,300 jobs. It's the Minister of Revenue who said that. With the CRA, that's people who process the tax returns. Now, to administer the federal taxes, we need 2,300 more jobs in Quebec. So it's not rocket science. You don't need a PhD to understand this. We're talking about 5,300, and then you take 2,300 people who are going to do the same thing. That's how you solve it. Then the Public Service Alliance of Canada is aging. So people retire to the tune of an attrition rate of 3 to 4% a year. The public service is also, it has a shortage of workers. So what about the 3,000 jobs that are left? Well, I can figure that they might find something else for these people to do within the public service. We talk about tax evasion. It's a huge problem. So if you study tax evasion with international fraudsters, international companies, sure, you need experts for that. But there are other jobs that can be done, and that is self-funding. Try to put someone to work, even if he doesn't have a doctorate, put him to work in tax evasion when he's been working for the CRA, and he'll do his job. But now the federal government is saying, oh no, things won't be uniform in Canada. It's terrible. But we don't want uniformity. We're a different nation than the Canadian nation. We have different needs. We have a different culture, history, language. Come on. We don't want to be uniform with all the other. We don't want to be the same as the other provinces. That's not our goal. So don't try it on us. It's not going to work. We do not want to be uniform. We don't want to be harmonized. I think that's easy to understand. Then the Government of Canada needs information, and they're worried that they're not going to have it. And then they say it won't work. But the information that the revenue takes that it collects is much more detailed than what the federal government is, because there are more programs in Quebec. And the collection, for example, of support payments, if that went to Ottawa, there'd be no more benefits. There'd be no more support payments. So it's easy. The federal government, the Quebec government collects more information than the federal government. This is simply a win-win. One person who collects money through two systems, and we're talking about, it results in $425 million in savings. Imagine if there was one collector for one single taxation system. Well, then, we're not talking about millions of dollars in savings, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about billions. But that's why we need, that's why we need a single tax return.
I think it's close enough. The time, la période prévue.
The time provided for the study of private members' business has now expired. The order is therefore sent to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Et maintenant.
And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand up during night adjournment proceedings to discuss an important local project in my community, the Okanagan Rail Trail. The rail trail is a 50-kilometre biking and walking path which pans from Kelowna by Wood Lake, Kalamalka Lake, and north to just before Vernon. The reason it is called the rail trail is because its path follows a discontinued CN rail line which operated in the Okanagan Valley from 1925 to 2013. Local governments, with help from the province of BC, purchased the old CN rail line with the goal of turning it into a recreation trail. This is a model of cooperation with the City of Kelowna, District of Lake Country, Okanagan Indian Band, and Regional District of the North Okanagan. They work collaboratively together as the Okanagan Rail Trail Committee and in partnership with the passionate volunteer group Friends of the Okanagan Rail Trail. They are a common voice for governance for trail management and development. Over a 2-year period, volunteers, individuals, business groups, and community champions worked to passionately fundraise over $7.8 million needed to develop the trail. This ranged from grants, events, to online fundraising campaigns, and even lemonade stands. Over 5,000 individual donors contributed to this community legacy. The City of Kelowna paved their section of this path. Chief Byron Lewis of the Okanagan Indian Band says, the Okanagan Rail Trail was originally part of a larger, interconnected network of trails utilized by our people to access all parts of Northern Silk Territory to undertake essential sustenance, societal, and spiritual activities. Currently, a portion of this trail midway through is incomplete and cannot be worked on due to federal government delays in administering an addition to reserve to the Okanagan Indian Band. To bypass the incomplete section, individuals must divert onto a narrow, high-speed roadway. It is dangerous for both pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. This is an issue of priority in my community dating back now to 2016, and I've heard from many constituents. During the time of the pandemic, people were outdoors and recreating more, and it was a shame that another summer went by where the trail was not fully utilized. It is also a key route for commuters who want to get some exercise and reduce their carbon footprint. Grant Stevens, a vice president at KF Aerospace, a major employer near the trail, wrote that they have, quote, a lot of employees that would like to bike to work if there was a safe alternative to the highway. I had written the minister, as had many of my constituents, about this issue. As a result of the silence from the minister, this was one of the first issues I raised in the House of Commons when Parliament returned after prorogation later in September. When I asked Minister Miller the question, he stated he would sit down with me at a later date to provide me with a briefing to discuss. A week after this question and still not hearing from the minister as he promised, I therefore sent another note to his office asking when we could schedule a meeting to discuss this issue. And the minister finally got back to me, and while he did not touch on a briefing or meeting to discuss, he did state the following in writing. The addition to reserve process is nearing its final stage. Can the minister provide a clear timeline on when exactly this addition to reserve will be completed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. My colleague, and in fact her interest in the completion of the Okanagan Rail Trail Initiative. I think that we all know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, with more people looking for ways to stay healthy while maintaining physical distancing, the completion of this trail could become an important link to provide more outdoor activity space for residents and visitors in the Okanagan. Indigenous Services Canada is working with the Okanagan Indian Band and the Canadian National Railway Company to have the former railway line that cuts through Duck Lake Indian Reserve No. 7 added to the reserve in accordance with the government's additions to reserve policy, Mr. Speaker. I understand the addition to reserve process is nearing its final stage as the Okanagan Indian Band is currently working to complete the outstanding requirements and are negotiating replacement interests with local municipalities and companies who use the utility corridor that runs along the former rail line. Once the requirements have been met, the submission will be sent to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations for approval. Once approved, it will be up to the Okanagan Indian Band to determine what it will do with the land. This addition to the reserve is on the national priority list. The department is, in fact, working hard with the Okanagan Indian Band and the Canadian National Railway Company to have the former railway line returned to Duck Lake Indian Reserve Number 7 through the federal government's additions to reserve process. However, there is no definite timeline as to when the addition to the reserve will be completed. We need to do it correctly, Mr. Speaker, and we are doing it in partnership. Additions to the reserve are complex, but the Government of Canada has made significant progress. Since November 2015, we have created 316 additions to reserve, adding more than 227,353 acres of land to reserves. And we have made this process easier through the addition of lands to reserves and Reserve Creation Act, which was passed in 2018. Also, since 2015, we have been advancing interest-based discussions and ensuring that the co-development is at the core of all negotiations. In September 2019, we co-developed the Recognition and Reconciliation of the Rights Policy for Treaty Negotiations in British Columbia with First Nations Summit and the British Columbia Government. We will continue working with First Nations to redesign the comprehensive land claims and inherent right policies. Work is already underway in collaboration with the Assembly of First Nations on this issue. Resolving historical grievances and adding lands to reserves helps to advance reconciliation, fulfill legal obligations, improve treaty relationships, and foster economic opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate what it is that the member has shared with the House, and I look at it from a point of view in terms of these trails are important to all of our communities, and we do need to follow a process that follows the idea of reconciliation, and I believe it's only a question of time before it happens. I can appreciate the sensitivity. That Kelowna, I've had the opportunity to visit out in Kelowna. It's a beautiful area of our country, and hopefully at some point we'll be able to see a trail.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you, and I appreciate the answer. Of course, this is dating back now to pre-2016. The trail was decommissioned in 2013. I was really involved at the time. I was on Municipal City Council from 2014 to 2018 when this decision was actually made by the local municipal governments. And so this is going back a number of years now, and of course all of the major stakeholders, I'm in continual conversations with them. I appreciate the statement this evening, but it's still very vague, and I know that all of the stakeholders and my constituents are looking for something that's more concrete as to a timeline. So can the member please provide more details as to what a timeline might look like?
Parliament Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just based on my experiences at this point in time, as there are discussions that continue to be ongoing and wanting to be respectful of the process, I don't know if it would be advisable to give some sort of a timeline, because in that timeline ultimately then becomes a deadline. I would like to ultimately, as I'm sure all members, be able to see us move forward on issues of reconciliation in a respectful way, look at ways in which we can ensure that things that want to be accomplished, such as what we're talking about, the trail today, are in fact in the best interest of all the different communities, the different stakeholders. And I'm optimistic that it won't be that long before hopefully we'll see something come out of this.
And moving on to the next segment, the Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join the Parliament of Canada from beautiful Mission, British Columbia today. Last week, the Prime Minister was unwilling or unable to answer if he had consulted with Dr. Theresa Tam, Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, before threatening Canadians with an election during a pandemic, simply because he didn't want to reveal what must be some very damning weed charity scandal documents. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Trudeau Liberals' failures have cost Canadians greatly. These failures include, and I'll list them: 1, telling Canadians there was no person-to-person spread of COVID-19. 2, telling telling Canadians border control measures and masks didn't work. 3, sending critical supplies of PPE to China when we had a shortage. 4, abdicating pandemic responsibility to the provinces. 5, failing to ensure Canadians access to rapid and at-home tests. 6, shutting down the federal pandemic early warning system just months before COVID-19. 7, falling behind our allies in improving rapid tests and securing future COVID-19 vaccines. And 8, and now the Prime Minister is threatening elections with a blatantly incorrect understanding of what a confidence motion is, and without having consulted Canada's Chief Public Health Officer. Canadians deserve a government that will have their backs, a government that will develop our local medical equipment production chain without the worry of Liberal insiders getting rich off taxpayer dollars. To all Canadians waiting for ventilators to arrive, to all Canadians depending on a rapid testing so they can get back to work, and to all Canadians having lost a loved one on the virus, you deserve answers. And to the PMO staffers trying to throw Canada into an election using the use of a confidence motion that aren't actually matters of confidence to lay the blame on opposition parties, you should also want these answers for the safety of Canadians. This week's opposition motion instructs the Health Committee to study Canada's COVID-19 response, including rapid at-home testing approvals and procurement, vaccine development and distribution protocol, a review of federal public health guidelines and the data used to inform government decisions, a review of long-term care facility COVID-19 protocols, the availability of PPE in Canada and a review of Canada's emergency PPE stockpile, the impact of using WHO advice to delay closing borders and delay recommending masks, and the reasoning behind and the impact of closing Canada's public health early warning system. Despite the Liberals' unfortunate opposition to it, this motion passed and now provides the government a chance to work with us to improve its approach and to act with transparency. Canadians deserve a government that learns from mistakes and successes so we can prepare better for the future. But unfortunately, the Liberals only seem interested in threatening an election and shutting down studies on the pandemic response. Canadians don't want an election with the number of cases continuing to rise, no access to rapid testing, and concerns about the number of hospital beds. It's shameful that the Prime Minister had not consulted Dr. Tam about the implications of an election during a pandemic. So can the member opposite answer the basic question that the Prime Minister was unable to answer last week? Has the government consulted with Dr. Tam about holding an election during the second wave of COVID-19?
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was interesting listening to my friend across the way go into a wide spectrum of different issues with respect to the coronavirus. And I really would have loved to seen the member, and in fact some of his Conservative caucus, even make that more of a priority within their opposition ranks in recognizing that this is in fact an issue of great concern for Canadians, and appreciate many of the different actions that have been taken by the Government of Canada, contrary to what the member has actually has said there, Mr. Speaker, by working with different provinces, nonprofit agencies, and so much more, that we have put ourselves into a great position going into the second wave. Now, having said that, the member is really concerned about Elections Canada and what has actually taken place. Let me remind the member, I have a great deal of faith in Elections Canada, and I'm not alone. You know, Elections Canada is an independent organization, has other countries from around the world that will actually approach Election Canada to talk about a wide variety of issues because of Elections Canada's history as an independent organization that has done a first-class job in every way in ensuring that Canada has one of the, I would ultimately argue, the best democratic system, and ensuring that people have the ability to vote. Now, Elections Canada actually went before PROC. And while it was through PROC, there was no surprise, I'm sure, to members of the House to hear that there has been communication with Dr. Tam and Elections Canada, as well as it should be. Because after all, we recognize the importance of that independence. Elections Canada has a mandate. I've never heard Elections Manitoba say, well, you know, unlike, let's say, the election in British Columbia or the other two provinces that have had elections during the pandemic, that we can't have one here in Canada. I've never heard Elections Canada say that. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that if the member took a look at what was being said at the PROC meeting, that maybe he'll feel a little bit more confident as the rest of Canadians are in terms of exactly what it is this independent agency is capable of doing. The Government of Canada has no interest in calling for an election. We are more focused, and we want to see an opposition that wants to work collaboratively with the government and other stakeholders to fight the COVID-19 virus. It's the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. That is our focus. Our concern is that the opposition seems to be wanting to cause issues that will take away from that priority. And as opposed to maybe worrying as much as the Conservatives are on whether or not Elections Canada is able to do what other election agencies have done at the provincial level, have faith, as I do, as I know the government has, in Election Canada's ability to do its job whenever it is called upon, Mr. Speaker. And to have the member who posed this question to reflect on other aspects of his discussion. He only spent a small portion of his time on Elections Canada, but rather spent more of his time in dealing with other aspects of the coronavirus. And to that degree, I'm happy with that. So my advice or suggestion to the member is to have faith in Elections Canada's ability. If an election happens, I believe that Elections Canada has the capabilities. They've demonstrated it. They provide the assurances at PROC. And let's focus our attention on fighting the coronavirus.
Honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Oh, I'm so pleased to see my friend from Winnipeg North in the chamber tonight, a strong advocate of Filipino Canadians, and I would like to thank him for his answer. But I will note, and I will say I agree with him about Elections Canada, and I agree that Elections Canada is an excellent organization that does a world-class job in administering our elections. And that is why I was seeking those assurances from our Prime Minister in the House of Commons to get the answers that Canadians legitimately have about going into a federal election during a pandemic. So I'd like to thank the member for his intervention tonight, and I'd like to ask him an additional question with my remaining time. What can we do better, member, through the speaker? What does the member from Winnipeg North think we can do better as Canadians to improve relationships with the government of the Philippines? Thank you so much.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I know that the member has very much a keen interest in the Philippines, as I do, and I do believe that there is opportunities, and I hope to get back to him relatively soon. We're getting a new actual ambassador that's going to hopefully get his credentials recognized as the ambassador. I think it's important that if we take a look at the special relationship between Canada and the Philippines, that we need to go far beyond immigration, as the member I know agrees, and look at other opportunities to foster a healthier, stronger relationship. And I know the member agrees with me. And that's really what's nice. As members of different political entities, we see the value of a strong, healthy Canada and Philippines, and we'll both work together, I'm sure, to do what we can to foster a healthier, better relationship between two great countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.